Here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
Looting through the rubble, leaving cities war-torn, still incurring war scorn. Ragged and I'm forlorn, trying to unlock this. Open with my lockpicks, punching with my second hand every time the clock ticks.
Hopefully the audio will be working now, so just give it a couple seconds because there's a little bit of a delay. I'm hearing it on a different device. Let's see here. Okay, perfect. Yay. All right. Let's get this show on the road here. Hello, everyone out there. This is the Master of Unlocking. Let's go through the spiel. My name is, people refer to me on the internet as Sidepocket, and there's our first incent thing going on. I'm one of the two co-founders of a computer hacker group known as DEFCON 201. We are, as we say, a computer hacker group that's a subset of DEFCON groups where we hack and tinker and make stuff in Jersey City, New Jersey. We meet third Friday of every month. 2 days ago, that last Friday, so like literally 2 days ago, was our meeting, and it went extremely well. We also streamed on Chatterbait and somehow got banned on there. I don't know how that works, but it happened. But if you want to catch up on what we were streaming on and what next month's meeting is going to be, which is in December, and I believe it's December 18th, is it? Yeah, December 18th, as well as not only this show, but future shows that are coming up, such as Hack Alt and Commander, and eventually we'll get back to Archvile Linux Perspective, which is done by my other co-founder, G.I. Jack, and our Thanksgiving special that we're currently working on. You can find out more going to this URL at www.defcon201.org. You can also find us on social media such as DEFCON201NJ on Twitter. And if you go there, or which I'm actually going to type in here, which is our link tree, DEFCON201. That is all of the, we have our multiple social media accounts. Social media. Sorry for the floppy camera here. I'm going to fix that in a moment. That's all of our social media accounts. You can find us on Instagram and GitHub and all sorts of things. And also hi for everyone out there for that. Let's see, what should I do next? I should probably, I'm going to explain this show last in a bit. Well, quick explanation. Master of Unlocking, as you can see with the title down in the back corner there, is a show. I'm obviously a big Resident Evil fan, and it is a show where I go and I teach people how to pick locks. I am a TOOOL member that is the open organization of lockpickers, and I like to teach people. I like to, also teach myself, but I also love teaching people and learning myself on how different lock mechanisms work, what are their defects and security flaws are, and then circumventing those security effects, and then teaching everyone out there for that. I normally teach that in person at our meetings, but because there's COVID going on and a massive Cheeto trying to do a coup, so he's shooting everyone with drones and stuff like that, we've been online streaming all of our stuff, and hence this show, which I do. It's a new schedule now. I used to be every other Sunday. Now this show happens the first and third Sundays in a month. So our next episodes will actually happen on the December 6th, and then December 6th and December 20th, and December 20th will be our last show here. So before I go on, I do want to do two different spiels. So first of all, if you like any of the content that you see here, you can click that like button, share, and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. And if anyone's watching out there on Facebook, hello. We get notifications for those in the chat, and we'll see that, and we'll cheer you on and everything. The other big thing that we have been doing, which we'll also get notifications for, is, hang on a moment, just want to correct this here, is we're hosting a charity all month. We might extend it a little bit into next month, but we're doing a charity all month long for RAIN, which is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. Now I know that was a load of kind of trigger terms right there, but basically put it, RAIN is the biggest and widest national network in the United States for dealing with people who have been dealt with sexual abuse. Everyone has their own story of sexual abuse, including, unfortunately, multiple stories. They're all horrible, and humans are terrible, and as hackers, we like to try to, if not fix a problem, at least mitigate it. So we're hoping that if you will donate to this cause, that we can help mitigate some of those problems here. Give me a moment here, because I'm going to get the link for it. if by the way, if you folks out there have like a ton of money, if you have like $20, $50, $100, $1 billion, our minimum goal we're going to try to reach for this month is $400, and we're already over a fourth of the way there. You are more than welcome to donate, but I know times are tight, and so am I. But know that everyone's tight with money because of COVID and massive unemployment and stuff. So we just want to note that if you can only do $1, $3, $5, what have you, that is still more than enough to let's see here. Here we go. That is more than enough in order to help our cause out, because again, every little bit counts here. We handle everything to Tiltify. It's a third party, meaning we do not touch any of the money going on. I'm trying to do multiple steps at once because I always think I have more time and then I don't have any time. And the other thing about this is that even if it stays at 130, which I doubt it and I really hope not, if we get like $399 and we don't reach our 400 goal, whatever money that's been raised will immediately go to RAIN. So don't worry about not hitting goals or not. Just donate a little bit of money if you can, and that will go a long way to keeping their toll-free number for sexual abuse up. Anonymous internet contacts. They put a lot of information out there talking about what sexual abuse is and how to identify it, how to get away from a sexual abuser, the legalities behind it, both in person and social distancing in person now and online. So these are all really big stuff that we hope you will be able to help us contribute to, including us putting our own bits of money in there. So now that we've gone through that spiel, let's do the last spiel that I always do every Master of Unlocking, and we're going to talk about a bit of why this is kind of a peculiar and interesting episode outside of my crazy hair. So, a couple of things here. One, even though the show is called Master of Unlocking, I am not ranked as a master at the Open Organization of Lockpickers or Tool. You can find more of them at TOOOL, that's tool at 3os.us, and I almost forgot here, so RAIN charity donation. So for all of, by the way, if you want to donate to the charity here, I forgot to mention this because I'm an idiot. If you're in Twitch, we have a module below this stream where you can donate directly, so you can watch and donate at the same time. If you're on DLive, YouTube, or Facebook, don't worry, we got you, fam. We just posted the link of that directly in the chat. So again, I am not a master in Tool. Master of Unlocking is just the name of the show. This is not sponsored by Tool. This is not really sponsored by anyone, which is why I get to have honest opinions about different lockpicking tools, and all the personas in there. A couple of other things that, even though this is not a Tool sponsored episode or series so far, as of episode 13, boy, that number's going to come in relevant in a bit. I do like the two main rules that Tool has about lockpicking, and we follow them here too, not only to cover my butt, but to make sure you're safe and you don't get into any more trouble than it already is worth. And so here are the two rules. So first of all is do not pick locks that you rely on, meaning if you see any of the techniques here or in the past episodes or any time in the series and are like, hey, I know how to do lockpicking now. I actually get this response all the time. I'm going to try these techniques on my front door, or I'm going to try them at the padlock that I use for the gym, or the safe I use for my valuables. I don't know why I'm going crazy here. Valuables at home. Don't do that for multiple reasons. You will wear down the lock. You will probably break your lockpick tools. You might also break the lock. And again, even if you don't break the lock or the tools, the more you pick a lock, the more it's easily susceptible to all the terrible techniques that actual bad people and criminals and stuff will use in order to get into your valuables. All the locks that you see on this show are locks that I use to practice lockpicking and to teach people on how to lockpick and do lock bypasses and stuff. So that, don't do that. And second thing is, do not pick locks that you don't own. So if you see any of these techniques and you're walking around, and I mean, we're only going to do it, you can hear it, one specific type of lock today. But if you see this lock, or like any of the padlocks we've looked at, or doorknobs, and are like, I've seen that, that's like a Schlage VC5, I have the tools, I'm gonna go in and prove that I'm worth it because I learned it on this show. First of all, you're going on private property, so that's trespassing too. They're probably storing valuable stuff, so even if you don't take anything, that's seen as breaking in and robbing. and the people in there will not be happy if they see you, especially if they're police officers. So please, again, do not pick locks that you rely on, and don't pick locks that you don't own. Everything here are locks that we own, that I own personally, that I also use solely to teach myself lockpicking. Where'd my drink go? To teach myself lockpicking. Here we go. As well as educate you all out here on how different lock systems work. So, this is a crazy episode. So, the good news is that I've been getting stuff in the mail. Maybe not in the order that I want, and I also had some setbacks where I have a loophole around this, and I wanted to shave for this episode, but everything's crazy. So I'm like itchy. That one of the future episodes we were going to do is entirely on dimple locks, which I've manipulated with other people's tools in dimple locks, but I don't have any like practice locks and tools of my own. So I was going to get a dimple practice lock and a set of black flag picks from Sparrows, and literally the day I was paid, so I immediately went to Sparrows website. Sparrows is a manufacturer of different lock picks and bypass tools. I like them a lot, but each store has its flaws. We've gone over that previous episodes. You'll notice if you go to the dimple lock and disc detainer section, there's only the expensive disc detainer you can't buy. There are no black flag picks. And when I found the page archived, it says that they're apparently redesigning them, I guess to be better, to resell in 2021. Now, that's sad because if they said like January 2021, February 2021, or like the first quarter, or even the first half of 2021, I'd be like, okay, I'll just do dimple lock sometime next year. But they just wrote 2021, similar to how they came out with the disc detainer pick in February, and then you couldn't order it again until September. I have no idea when those picks come in. I did find another reseller of those, so hopefully early next year we will get into dimple lock picking, as well as all these other different lock variants that I've been wanting to teach for a while. This is stuff that's coming in the mail. So I've been having crazy stuff like that. I did, however, and you can hear it here, get a certain type of lock, but I will hint that at the end because our next episode should be about this lock and other locks with its subject. So, what are we going to talk about today for Master of Unlocking? Well, first of all, if you may have not noticed, there's no huge pile. Well, there's a different pile of junk behind me, and that's simply because we are not in the main room, as N Commander calls it on Hack N Commander, DC 201 Chateau. We're not in like the main palace room. We are in my room today, although not to do any recon or oints, you probably won't be able to get a lot out of what kind of my room looks like, because I'm going to try my best not to show how... I think a mess is an understatement for everyone watching out there from what I can see. See, I'm doing like forced perspective stuff here. But there's a reason why I have moved this setup into my room, and it's because I was at Lowe's getting some cleaning... My hair is all weird. I was at Lowe's getting some cleaning gear for the apartment, and funny enough, I found this thing in the cleaning gear. When I went back to the lock section, I didn't see any others of its kind, so I think this was the only one there. And then when I found out it was slightly under $20, so it was actually pretty cheap, and what it was, I was blank, and then I was confused, and then I was like laughing because of how dumb and funny this is. And then I was not crying, but kind of sad while still confused, because this is like, even for Master Lock standards, this is the only, like, I think the word that you're going to be looking for this is just simply why. Why Master Lock? Why did you make this? Why did you write this upon the world? I think I'm just going to show it to you and describe what it is, and then, because I have no other way to explain this. So, it's this thing. It looks weird. It's really heavy. You can See that? It's really heavy. It just feels like it's like a couple of ounces, maybe even like a pound, solid brass. And there's a bunch of other stuff here on the table too to install this. Now I'll show you the box that this was in, for those who haven't seen the picture. So this is the Master Lock Night Watch Combination Deadbolt. Now, for those of you who don't know like any lock terms at all, you have like your normal doorknob, which has usually a pin and tumbler system on the outside and like a latch lock on the inside. Then it's a lot of times, especially if it's like the door to your house or apartment, like either the building or the floor that you're on, there'll be another lock above it which has a flip switch on it. But on the outside, there might be a keyhole, there might be a different device, but basically that's the deadbolt. And so while the doorknob is there to ultimately do security, open the door, you can reinforce it by putting what's called a deadbolt above it, in which it doesn't work like a normal door lock. It's literally designed so you flip a switch on and basically you have an extra bar in the door to hold that door closed. So even if they get the bottom one open, basically they have to go through 2 locks instead of just simply 1. And Master Lock, for some reason, thought it would be a good idea that instead of, and this is what I mean about the latch, you probably have seen latches like these, right? Right? So their idea was, instead of just having like this latch and then just a generic keyhole outside, you might notice there's like this whole thing where it looks like it looks like a bank vault dial. And what it is that, and you can see yourself in the lock, it's really shiny. What this is in addition to having this keyhole here with the pin and tumbler system, you can hear that, they put in it a decoding lock system, meaning that if you don't have the key, before you leave, you can set this to a certain, like a number, like a 3-digit, 3 number, so like 32, 12, 24 or something. And if you forgot the key, you can actually dial this number in and it would open it like, you know, like a combination lock or a safe. So basically there's 2 ways to get in. What we're going to be doing this episode, because of course I put this in making and crafting and now it's going to live up to those standards, is we are going to install this in the deadbolt section of my door. So that's going to be the first half. And then afterwards, I want to see, I think we can get past this thing, but I want to, you know, art die lock picking or lock sport, let me count the ways. And I want to try at least 3 different techniques here. I want to single pin pick, maybe even rake, but I'll classify it all as using the actual tumbler picking, this lock open. We're going to open this deadbolt. The other thing I want to do, obviously, is I want to see if we can decode it. And then, which I'm going to point out in a moment, I'm going to actually try to exploit a flaw that lockpicking lawyer found in this device that should allow us to bypass this without having to single pin pick or figure out the code for this. Let me kind of show you what we sort of have here on the table. I'm actually debating if I should like roll the camera over or not. I think I'm just going to pick up the individual parts. So again, we have the weird, crazy deadbolt thing that Master Lock made that I'm thinking is probably going to be a mistake. And then we have the bolt itself. Now, I will say there's something really interesting going on with this bolt. And it goes something like this. So normally like that would be it unlocked, and then you would move this up and it would be unlocked. So when you turn this to lock position, it will like horizontally, the bolt would extract out that way, and when you turn it to unlocked, it pulls. There we go. Pulls the bolt inward, and that opens the latch. But here's actually honestly a really good thing about this thing, and this is what they actually call the Night Watch system, as it says, to activate extra security. And so what happens here is what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to put it in the lock position. This is on the inside. And then you pull out, see if I can do it like this. in the lock position this little piece of metal here, if I can. I think it's this way, maybe. Nope, hold on. I had this working before. First part of a puzzle. I see, one of the things I like about my life is that, like, what do you call it? The easy stuff that I've done before is always the hardest thing to pick up on cam. All the complicated stuff usually happens really fast. So, hang on, I just want to make sure I'm doing this the correct way. Okay, I think it's, you actually turn it this way. And then, if I can... Oh, come on, why is it not working? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so not only do you have to turn it this way, they made it idiot-proof, and I'm an idiot, so that obviously it works. There's a button on the bottom here, so imagine this is flush on the door, and there's like a silver button that doesn't match the brass. So what you do is you press that button in when you turn this into the closed position, and then when you press this button down, you can pull this out, and it locks in place. So now you see it has like a red stripe, right? And this is extended. Well, what is it doing here? Well, if you look at this lock, you'll notice there's this like tail fin tip. This is on the outside, this is on the inside, and then in between here's the door. And there's a bunch of pieces that go in here as well. But what you do is, the way it works is you kind of slide it in that tail piece. So when you are turning the different mechanisms, I'm going to try to hold this down. You are actually turning that tail piece in there, right? So that's locked and then unlocked. So what happens when you do this, now I'm going to take this out and show you guys, is here's the inside of this unit, right? So you'll notice that there's a groove where that tail slot fits in, right? And what's interesting is you'll notice there's these like two little dips that are cut out here. And if you look at the side here, it might be a little hard to see, there's also dips on each side. So right now they're both opposite of each other, so it doesn't match up. But if you turn to the side, those grooves on this metal piece here match up to the little rivet dots on each side of this cutout. And when you press the button down, this is a mechanism where you can pull that in, and when you open, it fits flush in that and it locks in. And what this does basically is, even if you have the keys or the code number to this lock, by turning on the night watch, by pushing that button down and then pulling out, it locks that tail piece in, which means this will never turn, which means you can't pull the bolt. Here comes the instant reward in 30 seconds, and the door will not open. So let's say, for example, with RAIN, which, by the way, again, we are trying to raise funds for the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. They help people who have been victims of sexual abuse, and also educate people on how to identify sexual abuse, and resources and guides and outreach to comfort and help heal those who have been through sexual abuse. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people, including people maybe even yourself, that has suffered through this, unfortunately. So go get that code at Instance, by the way. If you want to donate, we do have the link in chat, and if you're on Twitch, we have a widget below our stream where you can donate directly. I would love if someone donated like $20, $30, $50, but even if you can donate like $10, $5, $3, $1, every dollar helps, because even if we don't reach our $400 goal by the end of the month, all the money that we've raised so far and all the money that you contribute will automatically go to help victims of sexual abuse. So men, women, children, all of them. So thank you if you do. Also, we get notifications for those, and we'll shout you out on air because you helped. But like, take that scenario. Let's say you have an abuser, a violent abuser, sexual abuser, and they're like coming in, and like you live with this person, unfortunately, and they're in a bad mood. They're going to give you a black eye or worse. But they have the key, or they know the combo that you set, because again, you live with them or whatever. Maybe you're meeting up with someone who knows how to pick this open with lockpicks or just something. By putting on this night security feature, this gives extra protection for those who are inside the room that the perpetrator is trying to get into. So again, even if they have the keys, there is no way, because physics will not allow it, that this will turn that tail piece to open it, rendering the key and combination useless. That's a really good security thing, and dead honest, outside of possibly, I think, a patent that probably Master Lock owns for this, this Night Watch feature should be on every single Deadbolt, in my opinion. I also have an odd reason that maybe the reason why they don't is to make it more easy for law enforcement in order to enter your building, because it's like with the NSA with government backdoors on computers. We try to make things easier for law enforcement, and we think it's going to be easier for them to solve crimes, when in reality it's more easier for the abusers in those systems to continue abusing and abuse more often and abuse easier, just like civilian abuse. But I think that's honestly, we make fun of, a lot of people in Lock World make fun of Master Lock, but I think that Night Watch feature, where it locks the tailpiece in place on the inside, rendering the key and combination useless to offer yourself protection, like during a home invasion or something, to delay while you escape or wait for the authorities to show up or someone to protect you. That should be in every Deadbolt in existence. I don't know why it isn't. I can only think maybe it's some government reason, or probably more accurately, Master Lock probably has a patent for it. So again, we have the main piece here. We have the bolt piece. We have the keys, these fat boy ones, and I'm going to go over the bidding later on these keys. Remember, I'm not going to use this lock for anything, so I don't really, except for lock picking. This is probably going to go in my kit, so I don't have no problem showing people the bidding of these keys. Because it's not like I'm going to install this in my apartment or someone else's apartment, because especially if I think it's as easy as it is to get into this, we're going to find out. But we're going to come back to these keys later after we installed it. We have the little metal plate that goes over the inside strip of the door. This is what the bolt goes through, with a bit of innuendo right there. And then we have an alternative. I think, although, let me just double check. Yeah, I think this is an alternative, also bolt latch, I believe, or this actually might be a filler piece. We're going to find out when we go through the instructions, because in a bit we're going to take a very short break, because I forgot to grab the instruction booklet, which I want to use as like a backup, just in case I forget what I'm doing. And then I believe this is sort of the in-between for that bolt, so we have a multi-level bolt stuff as I get some grease on my hands. And then we have ye old bag of miscellaneous screws. We have a piece that will fit over the actual latch bolt itself with innuendo. And then finally, we actually have the bolt mechanism itself, which has this little cross thing here that's, I believe, for the inner part of the bolt, as well as the lock on. And to kind of give you a rough idea, is that like this goes on the outside, and then this slides in between your door. So it's like if we were looking at the door, like the thin strip where the bolt is head on, this is where the bolt would be, and this would be on the outside, and then this would be on the inside. And so that's what it kind of looks like without it in the door, and all the screws and mechanisms hold that into place. So in a moment we're going to install all of this. But again, I'm an idiot and I forgot to grab the instruction booklet. So I'm going to turn on some tunes for a minute or two. What?
I'm looking for the instruction booklet.
Oh, okay. I need to take a break anyhow.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm going to take a break for like 2 minutes max. And I'm going to play some music. And then when we're back, I'm going to move this camera onto the little stand. And we're going to attempt... I have to take the filler... where the bolt's going to go out, and we're going to attempt to install this, and you get to watch me suffer. And then hopefully, once this is all installed, I'm going to try to single pin pick this open. We also might try to rake this thing open. We're going to also try to bypass it. And then something I haven't seen anyone do is I'm going to see if it's possible to actually decode once you set the code to this combination thing. I also want to note, because we won't be able to see it after we install this, but... the theory on the bypass, I should really not say theory because I saw this work in action, is if you're able to rotate this metal piece, which I can't with my bare hands, there's like the way these are kind of set up, as I know, and we're going to get into this in a moment, is that there's like 3 different plates in here, and that's what this tail piece manipulates when you move this outer rotation dial. You can get the main plate, because you'll notice there's like a gap in like a circle here. It kind of looks like a smiley face, right? See that huge gap right there? And the idea is, if it's set at the neutral 0 position, you should be able to go at 4 o'clock or 7 o'clock over here. Actually, sorry, 4 o'clock or 7 o'clock over here, which lines up where the beginning of these gaps are on each side, and then use a bypass technique to essentially come into one of these gaps on the side, lock into the plate, and then manually turn it, which will bypass both the pin tumbler and this dial because it's going to directly deal with the bolt tail here. So I just want to get that out of the way because once I install that, I can't take it out again to show you all. So I'm going to go on a short break, and then we're going to install this in the door, and that will be the rest of the episode. So again, if you want to donate a couple of dollars to our RAIN charity fundraiser for the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, please go ahead. That would be a huge treat. We'd like to call out names on here. If you find this content really awesome, especially what you're going to see in a moment, you can hit that bell, click like, share, subscribe on all the stuff we're broadcasting from Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and I don't know if anyone is out there on Facebook, but cool for watching. And enjoy the music, and we will be right back. We will be right back for Master of Unlocking. So see you in a bit.
Death approaches! Death approaches!
Okay, and I just realized something else. Let's do this for our hard of hearing viewers. That should work, hopefully. Okay, so we are back on the show. of the Master of Unlocking. I am Sidepocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. Again, if you want to find out more about us, you can go to our website, defcon201.org. This is the show where we look at various lock systems with comments from my crazy hair. We look at various lock systems and we find out their security flaws and weak points, and then we can see if we can exploit them to educate ourselves not only how physical mechanisms work, but also how physical security works and better ways to protect yourself or to get out of the way of extremely tricky situations. So as I mentioned before, what we are going to do today, and this will be the bulk of the episode, is Master Lock made possibly what I honestly consider one of the most baffling, confusing products ever, which is the Master Lock Night Watch combination Deadbolt. You're probably used to the Deadbolt in your apartment or house, whether it's the building or the floor or whatever you live on, where you have a normal lock with a handle on it. That's the normal doorknob, and that's the main lock. And then there's a supplementary lock you could do for extra security where you flip a latch like this over, and that moves a second bolt out. So now you have two bolts blocking the door instead of one, and you just manipulate this latch from the inside. Master Lock, for some reason, had this idea that if you if you forgot your keys or whatever, and you're like locked out, that you can use this dial on the outside and actually dial in a combination that you set beforehand in order to get in as well. So there's multiple points of access here. We have the keyhole itself, which is a pin tumbler lock. We're going to get into that when we get into it. The dial system, to assume that if you lost the keys that came with this, and potentially a cool bypass system that Lockpicking Lawyer found about this particular lock model. So without further ado, I'm in my room and I have a deadbolt space that's not being used for my door. And so just for this episode, because I'm going to take it down afterwards, because again, I'm not going to rely on this lock, especially since I showed the bidding on air, and to be honest, the bidding probably is not going to be anything special. Bidding, by the way, means the key pins and driver pins, how the keys are cut to manipulate them up and down to open. You can see episode 3 and I believe either episode 5 or 6 about how pin tumbler lock systems work. Or just look up Lock Noob or Lockpicking Lawyer, or any of those videos like how to lockpick. Just type in how to lockpick on YouTube. But we're going to install that into the deadbolt hole. So you're going to watch me do that and probably tear all this giant matted nest of hair out. And then we're going to try to pick this open and bypass it and just see how many different ways we can possibly get into it, and also see if any of those work or fail to see how good the security of the lock is, which, to be honest, I'm not expecting much. I'm actually expecting extremely little, except for maybe the bypass, because I know it's a little tricky, and the instant reward's about to happen for those who are watching at home, especially on DLive out there. But, you know, we're going to see how well it works. Before I turn the camera over, which is weird because I'm used to tilting it down, now I'm going to be putting on a pedestal off to the side. Again, I do want to mention that we are raising funds for the RAIN charity, which is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. I know that's a bunch of loaded terms there, but basically we are trying to help people during the month of November and possibly early December about of sexual abuse, because that's a big problem with humanity. Humans have not had a patch update in a couple 100,000 years, so we tend to still do things like lick doorknobs and eat paste and sexually assault other people for no reason, because apparently humans have determined that all of its bugs are features, especially when you're in certain political parties. I would say call Epstein, but he did not kill himself. Anyhow, so we are raising funds for that. I'm going to put the link in the chat if you are on DLive YouTube watching on Tor through Nvidia's. Hi out there, Tor people. Or if you happen to be on our Facebook, because we haven't advertised this. If you are on Twitch, you can actually scroll, or if you're on our Discord right now, if you are on Twitch, you can actually scroll down and we have a widget right there, and it's done through Tiltify. We don't touch any of the money, and I do want you to donate, but I just want to let you know that don't worry if we ever reach our $400 goal, because any money you donate, $20, $50, $10, $2, $1, will all go to the charity result no matter what. So if we end up by the end of this at 300 instead of 400, that 300 is all going to go. It's whatever we got. And if like what we get now, if that is that way to the end of the month, which I don't want it to be, I want to see that bar go up. Plus I get notifications for this. We see it. You can actually see it on air at home and we cheer you on. All that money will go there. So don't worry about hitting goals. Don't worry about us doing it because it's not us. It's Tiltify, which is a reputable 501c3 that deals with multiple charities through live streaming. That's going to be really good. So I hope to see you donate on there. And I have all the chimes on, so I'm going to be listening if people follow or whatever. So without further ado, we're going to do this camera trickery. I'm going to move some of these parts down on the chair that I'm sitting on. And we are now going to do the probably least graceful camera move in the existence of this show outside of a couple episodes of Archvile. So here we go. So as you can tell, this is a door. And it's a piece of wood and it swings, and behind it are a couple of coats of mine. And what we're going to be mainly focusing on, and I'm going to have to tilt the camera up more. So there we go. Unfortunately, I don't have a higher stand. At certain points, I might grab a intern, or as sometimes they're referred as, roommate, to come over to hold the cam, but you're going to be mainly seeing most of this action at this angle. As you can see below here, I already have a doorknob that perfectly works, and in fact, because of the way the building laws are, while I do have a lockout latch for me, if you notice there's no keyhole here, there's a special mechanism that's really easy to manipulate, so that way I can't permanently lock like a landlord out or a law enforcement or one of my roommates out. Like, let's say I'm like having a stroke in here because I'm 33 and I'm the second oldest in this apartment. If I'm having a stroke in here because I'm going through old man syndrome at the time, what I can do, and let me just make sure this microphone is working. I think I'm going to have to tilt this up more. Better? Hello? There we go. Yep. I'm going to have to just adjust this a little bit. Let's see. Tone this down just a little bit. There we go. Okay, perfect. Hopefully everyone can hear me now. Can you hear me now? Good. Verizon, then go to Sprint. No, so that's not what I'm focusing on. What I'm going to be focusing on here is there's no need for like actual deadbolts. So we've installed this little like generic cover to actually pick the camera up for this. We installed this generic cover here to block the unsightly hole. There we go. The unsightly hole on the door, and you can tell that because, as you can see, there is no bolt, and in fact, I can actually slide the current bolt in to show what it would look like if it was in here to some degree. So that's where that goes. And what we're going to do first is we're going to pop this cover out, and then we're going to attempt to install this whole mechanism here. So I have borrowed the ultimate Phillips head magnetic screwdriver that you can change the bolt out of. But for today's purposes, and that should be the only tool that we need, for today's purposes we are using the Phillips head screwdriver side. So I'm just going to go in here and unscrew this guy. I'm trying to remember which way it goes. I believe it's usually righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. So yep, and it just started to come loose now. Let's see, I don't know how much you need to turn in order to get this part out. But we're going to find out. Also, if anyone has any questions about what sort of insanity here that I'm doing, or if you have questions about my crazy hair or lockpicking in general, or DEFCON 201 or things like that, or about the RAIN charity that we're doing and how the incent rewards work and stuff, please let me know in chat, because I do read the chat when you folks type. Otherwise, I assume that if you're not talking, you are intently focusing on me and learning it. So I just took that little bolt piece out, so now this part of this cover can fall down, and then push this, and now we have an unsightly hole. But if you're not communicating, keep lurking and keep learning. But if you have any questions, please let me know in chat. So now that we removed that cover here, as you can see, we have now an unsightly hole. That's why I have that covered here. Hello, I can see you masturbate. Sorry, my hands are a little shaky. I feel like one of those like that Tim Allen neighbor character. Like, hi there, people. Hello, the people in TV. This is like a bad glory hole. But yeah, this is going to be the section here where normally a deadbolt goes through, and we're going to install the combination deadbolt in here. So now I'm going to do something that most men do not admit to, except for me because I'm bizarre. And thankfully, or unceremoniously, Master Lock has provided a ridiculously long list of instructions on how to install this thing, including, which is actually honestly most of these instructions are, if you have a normal piece of wood, how to cut the hole out. But again, this one already has that. So just to double check the diameter, this is not the right way to do it, but I'm just checking. It should fit in here, although that might be either a tight squeeze or a problem, because I'm actually just noticing right now that it's an extremely tight squeeze. There we go, because they did not cut this very well. So we're going to make the best of this and see if we can install it in, because there's a couple of ridges. You can actually see here, and I've seen them try to repair this place, so I know that they're idiots. You can see the white hole there, and then they cut like way smaller than the white hole. If that white hole was properly cut, it would be really easy to slide this thing in here. But we're going to try. We're going to try the best of our ability here. Otherwise, I would be like, I wish we could use the other door. Regardless if we can or cannot install this in this door, I should still be able to do all of the bypass and other techniques with this. So I'm just going to take a quick look at the instructions here. So adjust the bolt to match the dimensions on the door. So let's see. So replacing an existing lock. The hole, your deadbolt was preset. Alright. I just want to see if this deadbolt will actually fit in here. Yeah. Kinda does. It sticks out a bit here. Wow. I'm starting to realize how truly crappy this door and probably the rest of the doors in the apartments are. So let's see. Backseat dimension of the door. So let's see. So I'm going to put that in again just to see how goes in, because I think, so funny enough, outside of the square part here, where it's not completely flush, they actually cut the hole at least enough, so yep. So not only does this actually go all the way through, but they actually cut this enough so that I don't think I need to adjust this bolt setting here, but I'm still going to read about this. So let's see. Rotate the retracted deadbolt. Push the change lever against the bolt. Okay. I'm actually going to experiment just to make sure this works. I'm going to actually use the screwdriver to open and close the bolt, so you can see here. This is very phallic, isn't it? So let's see. So you take that. So you push the change lever up against the top and let's see, rotate the bolt to retract, and then pull the rear of the bolt to the right end. Oh, I see. Yeah, I think this is perfectly fine, so we don't really have to do that. Alright, just making sure everyone's watching on there. Okay, so let's see. Deep to deep. Let's see. Install the interior. Install the exterior lock assembly. Interior lock assembly. Okay, so we're going to do the faceplate part first. So let's see. drive installations. Alright, so so we're gonna use the flat screwdriver to separate the faceplate, snap the faceplate onto the back side. This is also going to be a fun challenge in how well or not well Master Lock explains how the hell any other stuff works. That's why I said you folks get to watch me like suffer on here. Let's see. So let me check something. It's not perfect, but I think the rounder one will actually probably fit better than the current square one. So let's see if we can replace that. So let's see, it says flat screwdriver. Okay, so I think I need to actually pry this off. Yeah, there we go. Do this on the other side. There we go. So as you can see, that is more bare of what this looks like. And I can do the same traction technique. And now we're going to put a different faceplate on it. So we're going to snap the new one on here. Actually, let me just make sure we have the... Okay, so that is the right side up. Snap this new one on if I can. It says snap on, but I'm trying to figure out what was holding anything on here. Let's see, it says snap, right? Onto the back plate. Okay. Nothing is currently snapping here, which is all sorts of fun. I might just hold that into place and just screw that in for drive installation. Alright, so for here it says put the round faceplate on to the deadbolt as illustrated, and then you press the cover plate to lock in with the bolt and the round faceplate. God, these read like stereo instructions. So cover plate, round faceplate. Question about this though is I don't really see okay, that's a floating sleeve. Huh. So I might be missing a piece here. Let's see. And how do they have that rotating sleeve here? Oh, I see. Possibly. Okay. Okay, this slides off here. Thank you, Urban Ninja Pole, for following us on as the instant reward goes up. Thank you, Ninja Pole, for following us on YouTube. We actually get less YouTube followers as time goes on. Okay, just making sure we got that in here correctly. Actually wonder if, let's see, that's a faceplate that matches the teeth edge of the door. Okay, just trying to see here. Round faceplate, cover faceplate, sleeve. Wonder if this is like for an older model or something. Because to be honest, either I'm missing a part that I don't see, or hang on for a couple of seconds. I just want to double check to make sure I didn't miss a part, because I'm either missing a part or this is probably maybe instructions for a previously older model and they didn't write those in there. So hang on a moment. So as far as I know, I have all the parts. We'll just go for it. Welcome to DEFCON 201, where if things are confusing, we just wing them. So that was for that piece there. So now we're gonna put we're gonna insert the bolt. So let's see. So insert the bolt. Insert the bolt tightening screws. For the drive bolt, press the bolt until flush with the edge door. Now I'm actually wondering if I even need this piece. Let me just double check to see how well this flushes or goes in here with this piece on. I also don't want to get it stuck, you know. Okay, so I actually need to take the drive bolt piece off because basically I did not cut this door. I'll tell you this, it's really hard unless you have boatloads of cash. I mean, it's easier than it is in New York, I can say that much, but it's hard to like find a place in Jersey City, or probably really anywhere in this country, that like does not have like design flaw problems that will drive you insane. So I'm having an issue here. Basically, I think I might have to call for help and get multiple hands for this, but we're just gonna see. Oh, okay. No, you could do that. That works. Oh wow, this is really malleable. I guess this is made out of like a certain type of aluminum or something, because these bend right back in. Neat. Okay. So that was kind of useless. So what we're just simply gonna do is we're gonna it's this mechanism down here that that drives it, so that means it's right side up. So I'm just going to slide the whole unit in. And then we're going to do the strike plate here, which I'm just curious about something, because they gave us multiple different types. This one's obviously way too big. It doesn't even match up the holes. I think that actually might be the cover for it, if it ever gets to that point, which I don't think it will. And then there's another plate in here that is also way too big. So I'm just going to use, I mean, this is like a square cutout. I'll take the camera and show you. This is more of a square cutout here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the this curved faceplate unit here, which I'm going to do by, and actually let's take this guy out, snap this back on, which to me has an easier mechanism. So I'm going to put the whole him in there, and this is going to go on over that. And thankfully, again, because these doors are terrible, I should have enough, have enough maneuver room here that it's not going to get caught or anything. So I'm just going to take this off, and I'm going to use the screws. So they say here to, if you hear weird sounds outside, those aren't velociraptors, unfortunately. Those are crazy people in Jersey City that like to yell and argue outside. So let's see. So strike boss, install strike screws and tighten. Let's double check here. I see what they mean. And I just want to check out the thing, because they mention here about like when you install this, like how to install this the correct way, so you know. So for basically example, we're going to have the dial part. We're going to have this guy on the outside here, and then we're going to have this switch on the inside here. Let's put a different angle on the inside. So that's what it's letting us orientate on. I'm just going to refresh myself here. So let's see, all your locks are shipped in the RHR. So let's see. So on. Yeah, this is the right side exterior. Just making sure here. Because again, these read like radio instructions. Yeah, it's RHR and this is an RHR door. So yep, this is correct, so we don't have to do any of the crazy modifications down here. So let's see. So what I'm going to do instead is just double check here. In this bag there should be tiny screws. And give me one moment because I'm going to get the industrial scissors. That was the other thing I forgot was scissors. And I have to make sure everything doesn't spill everywhere. I'm actually going to move these instructions onto the laptop to make space for this. Yeah, I probably should have asked like N Commander if I could borrow his like unstable tripod for this, but I literally didn't think of that until a couple of seconds ago. So I'm dumb. But yeah, if I just double check here with the instructions just to make sure. Snap faceplate onto backplate. Okay. I just want to make sure we have these correct screws here. These are the two long boys. That's for new construction. Okay, so I think I know which screws I'm going to use here. Hopefully all this works. And these are Phillip head screws, so I'm going to have to switch the nozzle here. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if I get through most of the... Whoop, at least I can see the screw when I dropped it. I'm going to see how if I like get most of my way... I wouldn't be surprised to get most of the way through this and then have to learn I have to disassemble it because it doesn't fit. If it doesn't fit, that's going to make me laugh in a really bad, nervous way. But the other thing about this is that I don't know if we have the actual tools to attempt to cut the wood the way it should be, and even if we did, it's probably G.I. Jack's territory, and to be honest, I'd rather still have a door and still have G.I. Jack keep one of his limbs, so I'm going to have to do the old put the screw in the mouth thing to hold it while I try to adjust all of this, so bear with me, I'm not going to be talking for a minute or two. See what they mean by the strike plate now. So that seems to be the issue here. Let's find out. Basically, it's slightly off kiltered here. And I want to see if I can like turn it more properly. Because again, that's not the fault. Believe it or not, this is not the fault of the lock. It has everything to do with the fault of this door. Because this door was made by absolute morons. Like, I'm not even kidding. Otherwise, I'm going to have to figure out even more how to wing it, which will be really funny. Let's see if this can even reach over here. Okay, I see how this is probably going to have to go. Oh, this is going to be fun. Folks, at some point I actually might have to go in and borrow the machine screwdriver in here in order to actually do this segment. But we're going to try to hand screw this stuff first. That's in place, kind of. I'm going to do the other screw. I would be surprised if in chat if there's like actual woodworking engineers and stuff who are probably screaming at me right now. Because I'm basically trying to make... It's like living in this apartment. I'm trying to make the best out of a crappy situation. What? No, I have a screwdriver. The screwdriver's not the problem. The problem is that the door is incredibly badly built. Yeah. It's like, gee, where have I heard that one before? Because I'm having an issue here with warping right now. And we're gonna see how. The good thing is that the nails are screwing in. The concern is how off kilter the door is, because basically they made really, really bad cuts on this door. Again, when I looked at the doorknob, it's the door hole itself. It basically is like no joke, like incomplete. They didn't fully do the proper cut on it. So this should be enough space because, again, bad cuts. Yep, this does completely close, so we did get the plate on fine. So as you can see, here's it with the, again, even though it's not a rounded cut, it's just a better fit for this badly cut square hole here because apparently no one went to carpentry school. And there is the main deadbolt unit in here, and I can actually prove that by taking the EFF stickers. And I voted, because hopefully everyone voted, especially during this election. I try to vote every single time that I can. As you can see here, this is the mechanism down here where if I turn this, you can see how, you can see that little latch up here when I turn it halfway. So when we rotate this left, or if you're outside the door right, the bolt comes out and locks it. When you pull in, it recedes. I'm actually going to try that on the door here because it also might not properly lined up because again this door was badly cut. So we have another fascinating problem, which is that, let's see, even if we install this in, it only goes out to a certain length because I'm going to double check here. And yeah, the actual hole for this is extremely shallow. So again, we're just going to keep on trying to install this. Worst comes to worst, I might have to just dismantle it and do the picking and bypassing stuff in my hand. But we're going to see how far this rabbit hole goes. So the next part here is we are going to install, let's see, the exterior and then the interior. So let me just quickly look at something here because I just want to make sure I have this here, single tapped holes around. Okay, so the way this is supposed to fit, as you can tell here, that it has this like weird cup shape. And as far as the picture goes, this should be the orientation. So the flat part on here should fit with this little hole set up here. So this is going to be the moment of truth because again, this hole was badly cut. I'd hate to see what the poor guy's wife is like. So we're going to see if I can even put this in here. Boy, this is annoying. Huh. Okay. So the good news is that it's kind of in. The bad news is that it can't go all the way in. Which honestly, for our purposes today, should not be a problem. But I'm going to get a second opinion on this matter in a moment. Hey, Tyler. I need a second opinion.
Hold on. I'm talking to someone down who's like up their shit on shrooms.
I don't know if you all heard that, but hopefully we're not visited by like the FBI or something.
No, that's
so
all good.
Okay, yeah. So the thing is, because you see how they like, you can actually see on my side where they had the whole outline. It's like, so it's like if this was the whole outline, they like went a centimeter in and then cut there.
Oh.
So the thing is that it kind of, it like fits, but it's not flush, and it's not like it's like off angle or something. So my question is, should I attempt to like put a cover on this and take the hammer and see how far I can lightly tap it in further, or should I leave it at this and keep installing? Because it doesn't have to be perfect because I'm going to take this out afterwards. So, do you think I should try to softly hammer this in as far as I can, or because right now it's pretty in there, like you have to like pull out in order to pop out. So,
Okay, so
like it's in there. Like if you pull a decent amount, it will pop out this way, but like it's not going to go in any further really with anyone's hands. So,
right.
yeah, and that's not even, if I remember correctly, the important part, because the piece here, and they can see your backside, is properly through this area, and it should actually line up. Let's see. Yeah, that basically should work. Yeah, that works. It's just, I don't know if I should try to hammer this in further. Yeah. I just don't know if I should hammer it in further or not. Because I don't want to like hammer it in and then it gets stuck. You know?
Well, it rocks in, so.
Yeah. Because if they cut it on the actual line, this would just immediately slide in.
Right.
But, you know, I'm not going to make potential racist jokes on here, but basically, morons designed this entire building and did the uptake on this building. Because the other thing is, I have to also make sure I can just slide this out, which it should, but yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it'll just pop right out.
Yeah.
So.
So yeah, we can just keep it that way, because that's not even how you use the bypass technique.
Okay.
Although the front part might fall out during the bypass technique, but that will at least be funny on air.
Is it possible to use the microwave right now?
Okay, so here's the issue.
You got your computer on
no,
the
it's
circuit?
I wouldn't. No, it's not. I don't have it on the circuits. I wouldn't risk it. What I could do is unplug it from here, and here's a fun tidbit: plug it into the bathroom with the actual breaker.
Yeah, I can do that.
So, but before you do that, and actually this will allow me to do this thing, is I actually need an extra pair. I need an extra pair of hands in here.
Okay.
So I think so. Hold on, let me just double check. Hold on. All right, now the instructions are confusing me. Give us one moment. Okay, cool. So actually, I will help. Actually, what we'll do, guys, is we're gonna go on another short break. I have to pull a cord out for unrelated reasons that does not have to do with crazy people on shrooms, and then I actually have to get another implement that I did not realize that I need, that GI Jack definitely would have, and we'll finish installing this. So enjoy the tunes. We will be right back. Hello everyone out there. So what's happening now is we believe we might have the right hex to disassemble this so we can properly install this portion here. If we don't, then I'm going to go and complain to G.I. Jack, who lent us this tool. Let's see if we can help find one that can. So let's see. So we have a hex wrench, and it says first use a hex wrench and move the thumb turn washer in rows from the mouth base. So once we take this tiny screw out, everything should work on this. So this is gonna be the moment of truth here. Yep, this is the right one. Nope, sorry, I'm doing this on cam for some reason. So that was that screw.
Found the right one?
Yep. I'm going to carefully put this down over here on the other workstation. So we're going to disassemble this. So this piece here slides off. Put that right there. So that is the thumb turn, the washer, and the rose. So I ironically do not see a washer with this, unless I am missing something here. Is there another hex thing I haven't seen yet? This is like a puzzle. This reminds me of a puzzle. It should really just be that one screw. So let's see. So we got that piece off. And it said a washer, but I didn't see any. And then the cap cover on here. Let's see. Have to use this screwdriver more. Start poking and prodding at this thing. Because there's nothing like little tiny pieces in order to confuse the crap out of me. See, I figured this would be like the bulk of the episode here. I also want to remind everyone once again, I'm about to post the link in the chat, that we are currently trying to get a $400 goal to RAIN, which is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. They are the largest charity network for sexual abuse victims, and unfortunately there's more sexual abuse than we like to acknowledge, and we are trying to help people and mitigate the problem as hackers. So if you have some money, even if it's like $1 or $5, please donate to the cause, because not only will that help, and all the money that we get will be handled by Tiltify and be sent over, regardless, even if we hit our goal, but we will also be able to hear the alert for it and cheer everyone on. So that will be really cool, and we have like a whole ranking system on there and stuff like that. So that will be extremely neat. So here's what I'm trying to figure out here. So when we rotated this open, we got this part, because I have like a kind of a completely different image here. So there's supposed to be that, and let's see, should be that, and there's supposed to be a washer, but I didn't see any washer, so that's unusual. And then the final thing is I'm supposed to take off the mounting plate. However, I don't see, I'm trying to figure out basically how to take off the mounting plate, which is this whole unlocked part here. So that's what we're currently stuck on, trying to install this in a doorway. And I hope everyone is very entertained by me trying to struggle with this right now. So what I see is I see two latches here. I don't know if this does anything. Oh, this might be an idea of a place where I can possibly wedge something. Let's try wedging it with this button here. that's the thing, is like I feel like this whole thing slides out, but I literally don't know where to grip it for it to slide out, and it's resisting me. It is resisting my advances. So you're probably going to see me struggle with this for a bit, because basically we're trying. Oh, here's an idea. Because we're trying to get. There's like 2 screws that are supposed to go in here. I'm actually going to poke that surface and see if it pops out that way. Although it is, I just realized this is actually too thick. So what I'm going to do instead is disassemble this guy here. And one of the reasons why I also put these screws on the chair is so that what do you call it? So that way the screws will slant towards the slope in the middle. I'm going to try a slightly thinner one, because what I'm going to try to do is poke at those screw holes and see if I can pop it out that way. Oh, okay, so that was something else. Oh, that's neat. So when you press the button in, it actually, you can pull the entire piece out. So that's kind of neat. But my challenge here is, how do I get this entire faceplate off? Because there's like no real way to like push or pull this with like a decent amount of grip to attempt to pop the cover off of this. Tilt this down slightly so you can kind of see what my hands are doing. So I'm like doing that here, but nothing's happening. I'm going to now study this outer edge portion here. How do you pop this thing open? I feel like it's like super glued on or something like that, which it shouldn't be. But I have seen weirder things before, and we also have to very much remember that this is a Masterlock product, so they're not known for their best quality here. Ow. And also, when you deal with lock stuff, the reason why a lot of locksmiths and stuff, even though I'm not a locksmith technically, the reason why that's fascinating. The reason why you see them have a lot of calluses on their hands is because they'll do what I just did and accidentally hurt themselves constantly, which is usually what G.I. Jack has a specialty at around here. So yeah, this is bizarre here. I am trying to figure out, because I pretty much disassembled this entire thing. I'm trying to figure out here how you would take this slip cover off here. I feel like it's creating a gap. And if anyone has any suggestions in chat of how to solve this problem, please let me know. If I just scratched the thing. Just did my first bit of damage to this guy. I'm going to try to do this even though honestly I'm worried about breaking my fingernails off. Because they make it sound like that you can just like slide this thing off. But let me just double check. Let's see. Huh. Okay. So that's fascinating. Let's try this. So, didn't read this instruction here. Let's just double check, see how this would work. says here, the night watch deadbolt only. You turn the knob counterclockwise to its horizontal state. Pull the knob to its locked position. Then turn the... Ahaha! So what we're supposed to do here, apparently, is... let's find out. Okay, so I'm actually going to screw the latch back on, and we're going to try this method and see how it works. I realize how they did the instructions here, and as master lock goes, it's incredibly stupid. And simply what's going on here is that they have instructions for their normal deadbolt, and then they have specialty instructions in case you have the night watch deadbolt. What that means is that they have like a one-size-fits-all instruction for they have a one-size-fits-all instruction for all their deadbolts, and then they basically add a little appendix here for the this specific type of deadbolt. So let's see. So it says here, so you turn the knob counterclockwise to its horizontal state, and pull the knob to its lock position. Okay. Then, alright. Then turn the rose clockwise to remove the cover plate. So we're going to try two different methods here. I'm going to get that locked in, and then it says turn it counterclockwise. I don't want to break the mechanism either. To remove. Ah, jeez. Okay, so turn the knob counterclockwise. And pull the log to its lock position, then turn the rose clockwise. So we do counterclockwise, just left, right? Because it's against time, and then you turn it clockwise to remove the cover plate. So let's see, turn the rose. This is literally the most confusing part. Might have to get a second opinion on this. I think that I should have probably titled this episode "Need to Get a Second Opinion on This." Just turn the rose clockwise. Let's see, remove the third tom washer and rose. My question is, how would you be able to do that? Because I can't really see this thing turning. Because they imply that there's some sort of like edge here, but there's no edge really. There's like a, like they make it look like in the instructions that there's like a thin edge and that this pops off, but that can't be the case per se, because this button here would be in the way of turning it. I'm gonna try something here. We're gonna unlatch this just so I have like something for it to. That's fascinating. Okay. Just want to test something with the keys here. properly mounted yet, possibly. Because it should be able to turn like this. Right now it's not turning anything. That's very bizarre. Wonder why it's not. Let's try something with the screws here. It's like we're finding multiple problems at the same time. Welcome to troubleshooting. And again, if anyone has any questions about what I'm doing or not doing, or if I'm doing it wrong, please let me know in the comments, in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking, keep learning. I wonder why this bolt's not turning all of a sudden. Well, I guess I'll figure out that problem later. It's just, I'm gonna loosen the screws a lot and just see if that helps. Because it might be something where I just have to like fully assemble it in order to make it work or not, but we're gonna find out. I'm gonna retighten these screws here. If they only built doors correctly, wouldn't that be amazing? If they like properly cut doors to like actual frames and stuff like that, then we'd be in paradise. So, back to the other problem. Let me look at what they said with the comments again. So, let's see. Install interior deadbolt. So for the night watch one, it says, it says turn knob counterclockwise to its horizontal state. I do this, Tyler. When you have a chance, I need a second opinion.
1 second.
Yep, no rush. This is supposed to be the longest part of the episode anyhow, because I'm pretty sure once I actually pick this thing, it should go by really fast. So, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to get this cover off so I can put in these screws. Okay. And they gave 2 set of instructions here. One which I realized kind of way too late that this is the normal bolt of how you would do it, or you would unscrew this. Hence why there's no washer. The night bolt instructions are this, but my main thing is I still don't know how this would pop off. Yeah, it's confusing, isn't it? Well, I already have it in the position, so. Yeah. The rose is the that's the outside piece, I believe, that says unlocked.
Okay.
See, that's why I'm confused, because they make it seem like there's like a.
Did you get that screw out?
No, that's I could, but that's actually for just using a normal door latch.
Okay.
This is for the night watch deadbolt only, which is what this thing is. What I'm confused by is that they like imply that there's like a thin line or something that this detaches from, but I don't see any. Because the only other thing I could think of doing is using a really thin screwdriver and trying to pop that off, but because then otherwise we can't screw it in, so I might have to disassemble this and just do the bypasses and stuff by hand.
Okay, yeah, because one way or another, this front piece has to come out.
Yeah. That's how we normally install it on the door. I'm just confused of like how they did this.
Okay. I just see something.
Okay. This is the fun part. It's just that how many hackers does it take to screw a deadbolt to put a deadbolt in the door?
This one.
The only other thing I could think of doing is taking that little screw out, taking all the pieces out, and then what do you call it? Then using the inside piece there to take that out. There it goes.
Okay. Now this handle has to come.
Yep. And I know exactly how to do that. Oh, I did. Thank you.
Yep.
Hopefully it goes back on easy.
You should just pop it on.
Okay, so. So now we're gonna, oh, this is funny. I'm gonna actually have to clip it back on again in order to, oh no I don't, here we go. That works. Whoop, what just happened? Boy. Well, this is fun. I dropped the little metal piece slid out. So now I have to go get a light. And see, I'm doing this all on my own volition here. This is what, there it is. This is what I do for fun. This is what I do for you guys. This is what I do for charity. So I'm doing this all for the RAIN charity, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest Network to combat sexual abuse. So if you have a couple of dollars to spare while I stream, whether it's like $5, $10, $1, $20, $50, 1 trillion Zimbabwean dollars. You can all donate that. I have the link up in chat, and if you're on Twitch, I will. There's a little widget that we put in that will that you can donate to directly here. All right. So now that we've taken this piece off, so now this comes off. And now we have the little 2 pathways here to put the screws in. So thanks to Cerasil, although I might have to borrow his tool again later, now we can go on to the next step, which is mount the thumb turn, align the tailpiece with the slot, insert and tighten screws, place the rose washer, which we don't have, and thumb turn, tighten hex screw, bolt should be retracted. Gotcha! Okay, and then install interior lock assembly, press that against the door. Oh, I see, it's 2 separate instructions. Alright, so after this step, we should actually be done with trying to install this thing. So now what we're going to do, as I tilt the camera up a bit more and take a sip. That's going to be a problem. Why did we get a cross-eyed guy to cut the hole? Let's see if this fits in anywhere. Ow, those are splinters. To cut the hole in the door here. Let's see how the bottom one's going. Isn't even. Okay, we're gonna install this the best we can. Keyword is the best we can. And it may or may not work. We're going to find out. So, Now, if everything goes right, we will put these screws in. And now we're going to put the other screw in here. This is where I wish I had like 4 arms. I'm actually going to do it like that. Yep, those are in there now. And once I hand screw these as tight as I can get them, then I'm going to use the screwdriver. We're going to try to screw these in flush. This part always takes a while. But it is going in. And that is G.I. Jack slowly dying from Ebola over there. Hopefully it's not COVID. We've all been wearing masks and washing hands and social distancing and stuff, so. The key here is I'm not going to screw these in too tight, so that way, if need be, I can remove these. Because I might have to, because nothing might work. We're going to find out. Now we do the other screw, which I should just be able to put my foot around and do this without worrying about the lock popping out. As the problem is, as you can see, and I'll lift up the camera in a moment. A couple more turns, because normally this is where you'd use a machine screwdriver just to make this really quick, but I'm old, so tighten this guy a bit more. That should be good enough. So just in case, because I don't want to be a pain in the ass to unassemble it, I'm not going to put the rows on, but I will show you what's going on here. So as you can see, with the way this door is cut, nothing is actually flush, especially on this part here with the door, because these guys were idiots and they cut like nearly a centimeter off from their actual cutting line. And that means, oh, cool. Thank you, Hacker Robin A, for following us on DLive here. Thank you so much for following us on there. And again, if anyone has $1 or $3 to, let's see. Yep. If anyone has $1 or $3 to spare to donate to RAIN, which is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest nationwide, national network in the United States to combat sexual abuse for men, women, and children. Please donate to the link I just posted in chat, and also you can donate through Tiltify if you're on Twitch and you scroll below and see that there. Also, if you like this content that you see, you can hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. You can also send us bits, lemons, and super chats. And when you do, like what you heard earlier, I see pop-ups for them and I cheer everyone on. If you also have any questions about anything that I'm currently doing right now, please let me know in the chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. So we're gonna put the thumb turn back on. This is where the fun begins. We'll put this guy here. And I just want to double check, make sure I have this. Oh boy. Okay, that's interesting right here. hopefully this just screws right in here. Oh, okay, so that hole still exists. So we're just screwing this guy back on. We are not putting the rose on or the cover, just because I might have to disassemble this in order to make the in order to do the lock bypasses and things like that. Alright, I think that's as good as that's gonna go. Now, this is the problem. So right now,
Oh man, men in white coats are gonna be dragging on the white.
for some reason, the bolt does not want to turn. So even though we have this in properly, nothing wants to turn or work. I'm actually going to do an experiment and take this cover off and see if that changes anything, because it might be that it's restricting the bolt. Because again, with some of this, you know, you're dealing with metal on metal, so if something's even slightly off, that will then become an issue. So we're about to find out. I hope I didn't like miss a step or something, because when we tried it with the screwdriver earlier, everything worked just fine. So yeah, there's something odd with the mechanism here. It is not allowing us to turn the bolt properly. So I'm just going to re-go over my instructions here. So let's see. Cover plate. I wonder if I actually needed that drive-in latch. I also am hoping that, yep, lurking. I'm also really hoping that, which I wouldn't be surprised, my overall theory would be that basically that because everything's not flush, that all the mechanisms are not working. That would be my hunch. So now I am taking the thumb bolt section out by removing these really long screws. This is the part that's going to take a while. And basically I'm going to keep backtracking on this until I can get this thing to properly work. I also hope I didn't accidentally install things upside down or something like that, which I shouldn't have, because on the night watch, that little latch at the bottom here should be the bottom of the lock, so that shouldn't be the case. So I honestly would not be surprised if the only reason why the door install didn't work is simply because of nothing is properly flush on this door, because we apparently got cross-eyed carpenters to originally cut the holes out on the doors, and probably the doors themselves, because to be honest, I don't know about everyone else's door, but my door, and probably all the doors in this place, except maybe our front door, don't exactly fit the frames. It's basically like, I think there were different doors here, and then our landlords and ladies got, they went out and they purchased a door that they basically were like, oh, it's off by a centimeter or two, but it technically fits the frame, and then left it at that. And so that's exactly why nothing is flush in this install, because I know I can see the line that they cut is the standard, for the most part, of the exact size of the hole that the door should be, and they were off by a lot. So again, I would not be surprised if I would not be surprised at all if nothing works because nothing is flush on this door. In fact, I'm actually going to experiment with that because I'm going to ask, I'll be right back, I'm going to ask our co-founder for another tool. I think the last tool I'm going to borrow just because that's something I take care of a couple of years. I got the multi-tool, which I have to relearn how I open this thing again. Okay. It's been a while since I've used this again. How do you open this fucking thing? Yeah. Oh, it's Ian. Oh, okay. I was like pushing them and then trying to pull out because the one I used to have did that. All right. So now that I got that, hello everyone in chat. Again, if you have any questions, what we're trying to do is we installed this, but the latch is not working. So I'm using a pair of pliers to figure out if I can even turn this. I'm trying not to break this thing. So there's something about this where it's not properly catching. So unfortunately I have to wiggle this out again. Let me double check something in here. Drive-in installation. I think that's what I might have to do is I might have to actually install that drive-in. Then it might work.
Try a different.
No, it's good. I just want to. The issue is that I have to actually take this guy out now. Yeah, I put everything together, but worst comes to worst, it might not properly work because it's not flush. And I'm just trying to determine all the other factors. So I'm going to put the part that initially I didn't think I need to install and then see if that works. Because if I take this out and now we use it again, it should just open, to be honest. Yeah, see? So let's try putting in that slip cover bit. This is interesting. So I'm trying to get it unstuck from the door. And again, if anyone has like $1 or $5 or like $10 or whatever that there we go, that they want to donate, just as a tribute to watch me suffer to the RAIN charity, which is for the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, which is the largest hotline and network to help educate and curb against sexual abuse. You can donate to that link that I just put in chat, or you can again, you can donate that in chat, or you can yeah, there we go. you can just want to make sure I'm actually putting this the right way too. Or you can go on because we're doing this to Tiltify. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down, and you can. We have a widget below that will directly go through Tiltify. So let's see. Blah blah. Drive-in bolt. Oh, okay. So why won't this properly turn? That's interesting. So let's see. So that is just that. Holds flush with door edge. So let's see if we can shove that in there. See, now that I know the overall instructions, this should be more easy. Okay. Let's check the bolt again. Yeah, that works. And this won't need the cover now. So now we're going to put this guy back in. I just want to try something here. So I'm trying to figure out is the orientation to put this thing in. So let's see. So yeah, that should be the default, right? Right side up, parallel. That's all correct. I think it has to do with the fact that this is not flush. But again, we're gonna find that out. Gonna try a different technique here if I can. Get something cloth, like let's see, what's a cloth thing I could get? Oh, someone, thank you for donating. I couldn't see the username yet. I will check in a moment, but thank you for donating $20 for the RAIN, for the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network thing. Let me actually see if I can find, see if I can load to see who donated so I can properly thank you, basically, as I struggle with the web browser here. So just give me a moment. I'll be back to trying to figure this out. See, what's funny is I already pretty much know how I'm going to attack this lock. So I'm literally doing cart before the horse, meaning that I'm literally doing probably the hard part first. So thank you. Disadamona, thank you for donating $20 to the charity cause here as you watch me go crazy and struggle. I'll tilt this down slightly. Highly appreciate that. Again, we get alerts for that. You saw the little bar raised. That means if we get $50 more, we will then be officially halfway to our goal of the $400 to keep the crisis hotline open for people who are suffering from sexual abuse and rehabilitation centers and stuff like that. So that really shows you how just a little bit contributes a lot. We've literally passed goals and stuff by literally dollar amounts. All right, in the past, so that works. All right, so here's an idea I'm gonna do. Tyler, can you hand me the that ball peen hammer on the table?
Ball peen hammer.
This is gonna be fun.
You mean this rubber
Yes.
ball? That's not a ball peen.
Sorry, I am just really distracted on trying to get this to work. And actually, I'm probably gonna need two hands for this. So if you can hold this up. No, but yeah. Now I'm gonna. actually makes progress. That is, I think, two more hits, and that should be flush. That's as flush as it can get.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I can literally reverse hit it on the other end to knock it out.
Okay.
That's actually not my concern, although I'm going to check with the keys again. So I'm going to do that thing where it's like, don't watch me on this segment, just because I did the concentration. Turning into my mom here. So the weird part, so I have this incorrectly. I'm trying to figure out why this bolt does not want to turn. Because I should be able to use the key like that. So that's weird. Let me quickly look at the instructions again and see if I'm missing a step here. Let's see. I'm sorry if everyone's ears seemed kind of nuts, so let's see. If your door is left-handed or reverse. No, because the hinge is on the correct side. Wait a minute, or is it? So, okay, so if the key... I wonder if that's the issue. I'm going to try something. It's funny because I just hammered this guy in. And now I have to hammer him out. That was easy. Lots of dust. Alright, so what I'm thinking might be the thing here. Keyword is might. I don't know, it's one of two ways. So here's my theory. I'm looking at the... everything's crazy. I'm looking at the instructions, and they're talking about the way the door swings. What I didn't notice is that they actually have a little key to show the different way... oh, not having this low enough. The different way the door swings here. So it's in this position where it's the latches are on the right side. If you're on the outside, it's the left. But they show the key on the inside here. And what I'm trying to figure out is that I might have to do this technique here in order to make it work. I'm actually going to quickly read this section. So let's see. The cylinder and thermistor should be installed with the bolt at the retracted position. Let's see. The cylinder tailpiece must be horizontal, and the dual fence interlocking cam positions is shown in the illustrations based on the handle of the door. Okay. Now this should still be right. So yeah, it's like door handling can easily be determined by the illustration. All locks are shipped from factory set for installation on a RH or RHR door. If your door is left hand or left hand reverse, you need to follow these instructions for the cam. That's the part I'm trying to figure out here. What I'm trying to figure out is I'm basically trying to figure out why this tailpiece doesn't turn when I use the key. So let's see, to reset or configure your standard combination, night watch. Yeah, no, this is the correct door. So, let's figure some stuff out. Let's see here. Like 3 times. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put this back in again. And hopefully things will work. In fact, because I did hammer it, it might just like properly mostly slide in now for the most part. And I'm going to have to hammer the rest of it, which I think do by myself now. I set this at 8, so that way, like, I'm not totally freaking out my roommates and potentially the neighbors, although I don't really care much about the neighbors. Alright, and that should do that. That's pretty much flush in there. My question is still, is though, I might have to install the tailpiece on the other end and that will make it work, but there's something about this, I don't know if I missed an instruction, but like nothing is properly turning in here, and I have it set to 0. So let me just double check the instructions here. These instructions are freaking useless. I love that they're like, we just need a Phillips head screwdriver, but we obviously needed a lot more to do a bunch of the other stuff. So let's see. So the standard back sets. Yeah, no, that is in there. So my question is that why does the key not do anything to turn? That's the part that's confusing me, and just make sure I can close this, right? Yeah, it closes perfectly fine. Let's see here.
I was sitting and thinking about it for a little bit.
Okay.
You think the bolt piece is in upside down?
I have thought about that, but the weird part about it, if I look at the instructions, is that this cross thing is supposed to be at the bottom, which it is.
Okay.
So it's in correctly from what I can tell.
Maybe Master Lock screwed up the instructions somehow?
Either they screw up the instructions or maybe they screw up the combination parts of this lock. Because remember how before they said decide take the plate off, and apparently that doesn't work.
Okay.
So we had to do that other thing. So I'm going to try putting the other part on and see with it combined together. Which is what I find odd is when I put the key in here, there's like no... There's no resistance, and like at this stage it should pull and retract the bolt, just like the way I did with the screwdriver. Yeah. Yeah.
It's supposed to activate something.
Yeah. I want to see if possibly putting the back end completes the whole thing, but. And when I take this thing out and use it with the screwdriver, all the mechanisms work. And there's nothing blocking it over here. So it's literally a mystery to me. Yeah. If for some reason this doesn't work, I'm going to take it out, and then I will just do the tricks and bypasses by hand. And then what I'm going to do is go online, and I'm pretty sure Master Lock might have a video that shows how to install the thing. And actually what I'm going to do is, third time's the charm. I need to fill up on hydration. So we're going to take another 2 or so minute break, and I'm going to look that up while I refill, and then we'll try to get this to work. And if it doesn't work, I just take it out and we wing it. So we're going to listen to a bit of music for a bit, but thank you, and thank you, Deuce Del Doma, again, for donating currently to the Rain charity. You can still do so even more offline as my giant head goes in the camera with its hair. But we're going to put some music on, and I'm going to do this. This is going to be the last break, and then we're just going to go for broke. So I'll be right back while I go refill water and look stuff up. Stay tuned. I'm not going away. I'm just taking a break. Hello everyone. So while I didn't find that particular lock, I actually looked up a couple of things about how Master Lock designs their door bolt. And I have some theories, but before we go on with that, I'm actually going to once again post in chat the link that we have to Tiltify, and if you're on Twitch, you can actually scroll down to our widget. We are trying to raise money for RAIN, that is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, and they combat sexual abuse all across America. If you have, it would be amazing if we got like a 20 or 50 or $100 donation, because we're literally $50 away from being halfway to our $400 goal at the end of the month. But if you have $1 or $5 or $10 to spare, you can click on that link, or again, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and donate directly that way. It's through Tiltify. We don't touch any of the money, and even if we don't reach our goal, whatever money is donated will go directly to that charity. So that would be a great way to give back during this whole Thanksgiving season, hence why we're doing this. I'm definitely not doing this for my health. I can already feel like I'm growing gray hairs in my soul patch here. Also, to note that if you have any questions about what I'm doing in the chat, or you have suggestions while you watch my idiocy of how to do this more correctly, as G.I. Jack, the other co-founder, dies in the background, let me know in the comment section, because I'm constantly glancing over to it to see who's chatting with what. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. However, even if you are lurking and you haven't subscribed or liked us, you can do so on our streams, Twitch, Live, YouTube, and very recently Facebook. And when you do that, as well as with Tiltify donations for RAIN, I see and hear alerts for them and cheer everyone on, because everyone deserves to be cheered on. Alright, so there seems to be, like, the problem is either this actual bolt, or, which I'm going to knock it out again, it's either the actual bolt, or, which is what I'm starting to think of, or it might be this actual latch, because I'm going to try something here that now that I've knocked it out. Let's try this latch system again. Yeah, that works. So the confusion that I'm having is why this is not turning. And in order to figure out why is it not turning, let's do some investigation here. So this is like uncharted territory. I'm actually going to remove these screws here and see what's going on the inside, because I can always put these screws back. I have this in, right? Yeah, okay, it's coming out. It's just going to take a lot of turning. These are probably very long screws in order to reach properly in here. Whoop. That was the first of one of many tiny screws. And now we're going to do the other tiny screws. So they're actually tiny, they just take forever to rotate. Now I'm going to take this plate out, because what I saw is that I should be able to grab this latch and turn it, and that should turn the bolt. And as I showed with just the screwdriver, this does work, but for some reason I can't turn this guy. So I want to see, maybe, because I'll put it this way, I have a Master Lock 175D that you can't actually bypass, not because they upgraded the security or something, but because essentially it has a defect in one of the wheels. So I'm going to laugh if I find out that this is like a defective model, which might explain why it was like partly abandoned in the at Lowe's. So let's take this off, see what's going on here. So I can rotate this. Oh, this piece fell out. And it's lubed up very well. That's the cam. So the thing is, if the door turned the other way, I'd have it, but I know what the cam position should be, which is this. Yeah, and for some reason, let's try this again. It's the way the cam should be. And yet, should turn. Again, covered in grease. Let's put this slip cover back on. Really shouldn't mean much, but I remember how I had this positioned before, right there. This is weird. So when I put the slip cover on, it has a hard time turning. But I take that slip cover off. Oh. Slip cover seems to pull this guy with it. Let's see. Yeah. And I'm just curious about something. So yeah, it's like, that would be to lock it. Maybe the cam was on backwards and that was the issue this entire time. Let's see. Let's find out. So remove the cam. That the tailpiece has a horizontal. And it should not be. So I'm just going to experiment here and try this. So now we're going to rotate it 90-degree clockwise. Trying to figure this thing out. So let's see. So we can then reinstall the plate as shown. I'm just testing some things out here. That's not it. This is kind of cool. This is like reverse engineering a puzzle. So the issue that I'm currently having, 90 degrees clockwise. That's it clockwise. It's normally like this. And I just shove this piece on. I should be able to do that, so just to delicately try to put this in here. I can. There we go. Okay, so we might have to do this. So remove the cam, right? Oh, I see. Rotate the cam slot. There we go. Let's try the other position. See if that works better. Because that should be for the opposite door. This whole thing is really screwy and weird. Yep, it turns now. I'm going to actually switch it back to what it was previously and see if I can replicate that back at its default position, because if not, I will then try the other one. That was another incent reward going off there. So if you have the incent blockchain cryptocurrency stuff, you can go indulge in a bit of that. Oh, it didn't turn all the way over. There we go. Now that that's there. Okay, so put this back on. See, that's the weird part, is that like it does not moves when I disassemble it, but it doesn't want to move when I try to rightfully put it in the door, which is making me think that this might be one of those things where essentially the door is cut so badly that it does not want to do anything. And that's why this doesn't want to move. I'm going to try it in the other position and see if that one works better. Which is great because I'm kind of like half cheating and seeing how this whole thing is supposed to turn, which is kind of funny. So it's actually proving my whole bypass thing so far. Let's see if it turns easier like this. Oh, it's turning. Okay, so it turns out we might have just been in the wrong position this entire time. That's what she said. So I'm going to screw this back together, and we should have something to go off of here. So let's put the tiny screws back in. And again, if anyone has any questions about what I'm doing here, which I'm reiterating, we have this, they call this the Master Lock Night Watch Combination Deadbolt. I know that's a lot of words. It's basically a deadbolt with a number combination wheel on it, meaning if you like lose the key, or like some assailant has the key or can properly lockpick, and they and like you're trying to lock them out because that's like your what do you call that thing? Not a threat surface, but that's your my brain's not working today, so if everyone at home can't tell, if that's your threat scenario, what you can do is, one, there's like a cool deadbolt technique, which honestly is probably the best part about this lock. Okay, that's weird. Let me check something here. Why is this not flush? That will allow you to stay safe inside. And again, if you're outside and the night watch technique is not activated, and you've like lost the key, or you don't have the key, what you can also do is preset a number combination on this, and what that should allow you to do is it should allow you to dial the number and enter in without the key. Let me tilt this more this way so everyone can kind of see what I'm doing standing over here. We have a theme today of nothing's cut outright and or flush with anything. So what I'm doing, and I just realized that in those package of screws, it comes with an actual fucking Allen wrench that actually matches the bottom of the thumb latch. So I'm dumb. But I hope this is entertaining for all of you out there. We're literally living up to the make category section of Twitch tonight. Although I probably also should have said to make on DLive. And hi everyone out there on DLive. I hope you're enjoying those instant rewards that we're sending out. Alright, let's figure out what's going on. Why is nothing flush? Why is this screw stuck? I guess that's what's going wrong, is the screw does not want to come out for some reason. There we go. Got stuck. Alright, let's redo this again and make sure this is completely flush now. Okay. Now let's put the screws in. I'm actually going to line them up both first and then attempt to screw this thing in. And hopefully it shouldn't warp or... Oh, that's just wonderful. Where did it go? There we go. Alright, change the plan. Let's do these screws in one at a time. Put the rotating bar back in its position. See, we're learning a bunch of stuff today. More than usual on Master of Unlocking. And the crazy part is, even though we are very close to it, we haven't done any unlocking yet. This is just, I will say this, kind of the same way how no matter how much computers progress, printers will always be annoying to do on any computer system. Despite what, and maybe it's because I'm not a professional locksmith or anything, but I always find that no matter how easy, let me do the air quotes, easy and intuitive they try to make this, installing doorknobs and deadbolts are still something that's incredibly frustrating and annoying. And there's still no easy way to do this because they either a lot of things can go wrong, or they give you bad instructions, kind of like these instructions, which, to quote Beetlejuice, read like radio instructions, or more they probably read like early, they read a lot like early Linux documentation, aka what documentation. We're going to try this again, so I'm going to push this with my hand as far as I can, and then we're going to get the cloth here and hammer. We're going to get hammered. A little bit more, and then that should be as flush as can. We'll do a couple good whacks. A little bit to the left. And that's as flush as it can get. Now let's get those pliers out again, and with it properly configured, this should turn. Yes. So the problem is despite this door having the despite this door, see this diagram? It has that latch which is over here, which is supposed to be the default setting. We had to change it. It swings inward too. We had to change it to the opposite section because this is an incredibly crappy door. So that seems to have been the problem this entire time. I could actually probably have put the faceplate back on it, but I'm just going to keep this round guy instead because I'm going to uninstall this anyhow later. And now we just need to put the door latch on it, which is around here somewhere. My eyeballs. I'm actually going to rehydrate. And while I'm gone, you should probably donate to RAIN. That's the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, to help people who have been sexually abused, which unfortunately is a lot of people, a lot more. It turned like the numbers that we have. There's a lot of people who, understandably so, don't want to admit to sexual abuse and multiple sexual abuse. Especially, I will honestly say, a lot of men don't come forward about, or male identifying people don't come forward about sexual abuse. So the numbers that we have, it's like an iceberg. The numbers are just the ice we see above water. There's probably a way much more, and we've also seen it unfortunately affect the hacker community. So if you could, I mean, I would love $20 or $50. In fact, if we get $50 at some point, we will actually be halfway to our $400 goal, which will help the Rain keep their phone network, their 24-hour phone hotline up, and their online contacts, and their social distancing in-person centers, and I know that they do a lot of like outreach to education on like college campuses and things like that about sexual abuse, as well as many ways to contact and provide therapy and stuff online. So that would be amazing. Get like $50, but if you have like $1, $5, $8, $10, $3, no whammies. You can donate that because every bit counts. Because even if we don't meet our goal at the end of the month, all the money you donate will go directly to them, and it's handled through Tiltify, not us. We actually have the link in Tiltify for everyone there. And if you're on Twitch and scroll down on the stream, you'll actually see a widget that will allow you to donate to Tiltify without going to another page. So I'll be back in a couple of seconds. I just need to refill this last water that I really wish was liquor at this point. Because there we go. I promise you I'm not peeing into a cup. Now I really wish this was liquor at this point because I'm getting bad flashbacks to when I first moved in here, and Jack and I had to install the different doorknobs and the doors, and ooh. I mean, we did it proper. I'm not going to tell you what, but I'll say even if you know how to lockpick, it's very hard to get into where we are. But there it is. Yeah, that's like a whole other kit and caboodle. Alright, so I'm not going to put, just because of this is just for demo purposes, I'm not going to put the rose, aka the plate, back on. So we're just going to do this like this. And this is as flush as it's going to get. And this actually rotates the bolt. So now we're going to go and we're going to get those long screws. I'm going to screw you long. Long screw is long. And what we're going to do is we're going to put, as you can see, so we already have this outer part as flush as it can, this outer part as flush as it can get. And then currently, just because I have the, I forget the name for it, but this is when you don't have the plate. This is the other thing. But I currently have this guy in here, and then this is the current setup for the thumb bolt side. So as you can see, this little prong here, which is properly set up. You slide that on, and then we're going to put the long screw in here, and we are going to screw this. We're going to screw it over. I'm going to screw it as much as so far Master Lock has screwed me over trying to put this together, and this is the part that's going to take a while because, again, these screws are long, and so they take a lot of rotations to go and screw them in. Again, normally, if this was like an actual doorknob I was doing, like that was permanently going to snap. And plus, I want to hand tighten these just to make sure that I can like, I try to tighten it so it's, every time I try to do this, especially if it involves lockpicking, I try to tighten it enough where it's like screwed in, so it's properly hand screwed, as you can see. But what I try not to do is I don't over tighten it. Particularly men have a bad habit, my fellow males have a bad habit of over tightening screws with their hands, never mind using machine screwing, to the point where a lot of people after you will have to use a machine screw, which will waste time. I learned this from, because I used to work in operations at a courthouse in New Jersey, and like, unless it really called for it, we always tried to hand screw as much as we can, because if we hand screwed it, and what we do is once it's tight, we can go like a half rotation or sometimes 3 full rotations, and you have to get so that you have to do a little bit of and then it like mostly screws out, because if you over tighten it, then you have to waste going to get the actual mechanical screw driver, and basically that wastes so much time. So yeah, so this should now, it's a little stiff, as she likes it, but this now, oh sorry, too close, this works, and hopefully the keys work now too. I'm going to test that in a moment here. Where did I put the keys? Here they are. that. Yep. You have to rotate it a lot, but like a lot. This is actually a lot more of a rotation than I thought you would have to use. But yeah, we put the keys in here and we turn it, and that does the bolt. So after how long? After literally, let's see, 9, 10, 3 hours, we installed this stupid deadbolt in my crappy door. So, now that this is installed in, let's first test it on the actual door. Let's just make sure everything works and test its features real quick. And we're going to press W in chat if you're happy of this victory that it's now in the door. But, I just want to see if it's actually going to close. And I want to see if this whole night watch feature works. And then we're gonna try to pick this thing, and I'm gonna try to decode it because I have a theory about, because I've never seen anyone decode this thing, but I want to see how you can actually decode it. And then we're going to attempt to do the bypass that lockpicking lawyer figured out. So what we're gonna do here is, here it is. So I'm gonna close the door, and oops, sorry. There we go. Let's try that again. I'm gonna close the door here. And as you can see, it's closed because the door handle. And now we're going to turn the latch. And so as you can see, no matter how much I pull on this open door here, I can't get this open, so the bolt does work. Now, I want to try something kind of really fun. Sarasol, I need you one last time. Okay, take your time. I just want to show off a feature on camera. Everything else I should just be able to do myself. So as he gets ready, so there's a whole thing on here as it sees. This is part of Night Watch. As weird sounds. Okay. Those are random explosions. Where what you do... Yay, W's in chat. So what you do here is, as I showed off earlier, there's a mechanism, which basically what I can do is, when I lock the deadbolt in place, I can actually show it to you on the cam without closing the door, but I just want to test this out. So what you do here, let me get this part down, okay, is that when you have the bolt extended, you should be able, unless something weird happened here, let's see, should be able to, that's, oh, the button, yeah, I have to, but you're able to pull this out. There's a button at the bottom, and when I pull this out, just stand right there for a moment, basically it disengages that little turning tab there, and thus even if you have the keys, you should, or lockpick it, basically since it's disengaged, there's no way to open the door, and we're actually going to test that. So here are the keys, and I'm going to give Cyrocell the keys here, and I'm going to let him know because he's going to try to use the keys when I let him know. So we're going to, so wave bye Cyrocell. So we're going to close the door, and it's like, oh, Cyrocell's a major hacker. He's compromised. He's managed to file the keys for the lock. So what I'm going to do is, so it's locked, and if I did this, and I just realized this actually might not work, but we're going to try this. Hold on. So unfortunately, what we can't do, well, I can't show you that, but if you hold the camera, and I give you the keys. So, as I showed before, and I'm just going to angle this down, you pull the lock out here, because the problem is that the door, the way they carved it out, is way too shallow, so I can't fully extend the bolt in order to use this thing.
Oh.
So that's a good example of how no matter how good your lock is, if the carpenters that install your door are fucking idiots, you will be screwed. No, but I can show this to you offhand. So let's just hold it like that. There we go. So again, so when this bolt's extended, and what I'll do is I hold this button on the bottom here, and I should be able to pull, almost worked, pull this out. And I think it's engaged, so we're going to try this. So if I did this correctly, I should be able to put the key in here. Actually, before I even do that, let's extend the bolt and make sure the keys work. So as you can see here, I put this in, and it takes a lot of torque, but I can turn it and it unlocks. Let's try that again, just because my arm was in the way. So now we know the keys work. So let's see if I pick her. Now I see the red and it's a little off, but that should put it in a mode where hopefully when I do this, because again this is not flush, we'll see if it actually retracts the bolt back. So here's the sad part. So it actually, it was hard to do, but I could turn it back. And again, the reason why the night watch feature does not work on this door is because it's not flush with the door itself. So again, no matter how good your lock is, if they're done by cross-eyed people
Do you want to try it on my door?
who don't speak, well, I have to install it on camera, and I can't move it over. So yeah, I don't think so. And plus, I'd have to go through the whole ordeal again. I could do that after we stream.
Yeah.
Because the big thing is, I have no idea. I don't know if our holes are cut like the same size or whatever. So
What I do know about my door is that the hole going out where the
it's like an empty void.
Yeah.
So mine's is too shallow, and his is too deep. Make that with what you will. So depending on how I feel, I might attempt to install it on his door, just show the night watch feature. But regardless of that, let's actually get to some picking. Let's do some actual lock sport crap. So I'm going to attempt to pick the actual lock first, and as I said, this is the key. And if you notice, the bitting is not only, it's not completely flat, but it's pretty close to being completely dead flat. So we're in chat. Those are carpenters. Those are the same carpenters that built my entire home. No, I think, we have the same cross-eyed carpenters who can only count to 2. And they probably, what they probably did was they probably were given instructions in feet and then did it in meters. But yeah, the bitting is not great, to put it mildly, and that's kind of a problem because if you actually look at this cutting, you can count here 1, 2, 3, 4. That means if I did this correctly, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that this has that there should be 4 pins in this lock, and I'm going to explain why that's hilarious in a moment. So if you haven't seen this technique yet, I am going into my lock picking kit here, which now I'm going to put over here. And I'm going to take this, I'm taking this half diamond pick, and I'm turning upside down, putting the flat edge in, and we're going to I'm going to put all the way in, I'm going to push all the pins up and pull out, and you should be able to hear, I'm actually going to grab the mic if I can. Okay, I have to do a little do-si-do thing with the wires, because I am a dumb person. Yeah, I'm going to hold the mic closer to this lock because before it falls over. And the reason is because you should be able to hear when I pull out on this the clicks. And if I did this correctly with the keys, we should have 4 clicks. So we're going to put the flat side in all the way back. We're going to push, hang on. Keyway is a little bit more power-centric than I thought. This is a little bit more of a curve. So I pushed all the pins up, and when I pull back, we're going to count how many drops. Now, I can feel the drops. Everyone on stream should be able to hear this. Slowly. 1. Hear that? Those are the pins dropping. So that was, let's do that again. That was 1 pin. So you heard that, boop, that metal click sound? That's the pin dropping. So let's count. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's actually, I think, 5 in here. Let's try that again. So my count may have actually been off. Maybe I should have been a carpenter. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there is 5. So that's better than nothing. But see, this concerns me because combined with the flat bidding, I'll put it this way. This is the infamous master lock number 3. And I've covered this lock many times, and these are excellent beginner locks because I was about to demonstrate to you in the most hilarious way. These have 4 pins, and I don't think I can grab the key right this moment. I'll do a quick look though. But yeah, like all the keys should resemble, let's see here. Yeah, this should be the key. Hang on. Kind of fell in here. This. And if you notice, the bidding on this is not too far off from the bidding on these door keys. Notice that there's just a slightly deeper cut in the middle for the door key, and that's it. And this is an issue because, as I'm going to show on this lock, master lock is notorious, if I actually have the right key, which I actually don't think this is the right key for this, but I'm still going to prove my point. Master lock is absolutely horrifically notorious. This actually might be the key, or not. Oh, I don't have the keys, but it doesn't really matter because master lock is notorious for having a lot of their locks be only 4 pins, 4 to 5 pins, usually 4 pins, with almost no security on these pins, and have the bidding really flat. So I can pretty much go in and put some tension on this. And just pick it open, because even though there's 4 pins in here, and I even have a practice one that's super easy that I've had 5-year-olds pick that technically has a spool pin. The problem is that you only need to manipulate 2 out of the 4 pins. They like literally cut it so low and so bad that there's only 2 pins that are off. So the other 2 pins out of the 4 pins are actually set at or near the, or very close to the shear line, where they might as well be set to at the shear line. I love how everyone can see my underside of my neck for this. So so I only had to move the 2 pins in there, and it just opened. And so my theory is that I don't think there's any security pins in here, and if they are, it might be similar to the Master Lock 120 140s, where they technically have a spool pin, but it's so badly implemented in the lock that it doesn't matter. So my thing is that even with 5 pins, which is like I tell people, if you do 4 pins, that's pretty much most padlocks. When you do 5 to 6 pins, I usually tell people 6 pins just to keep it safe. You now know how to open basically not only a lock that's usually a pin tumbler lock, but basically any door. Because even if they're 5 pins, hey, that's one less pin to deal with. I should be able to pick this relatively easy, but we're gonna test that now. So here we go here. So I'm gonna put this slide there, and I'm going to set it in lock mode. Oh, and actually let me set the dial to 0. This is like a habit. I'm going to set it in lock mode, so this bolt is currently out, and we're going to put in the bottom of the keyway tension here. I'm going to put some pressure, and then I'll try to do a different angle. This is cool because you've never seen me pick a door lock on a door before. That's something I'm going to kind of get used to here. So they have to turn it away. So I actually have to put it in this way, and I'm going to put tension like this because that should pull the bolt back. So we're going to try this. So we're going with a short hook. I'm going to put some OK, like somewhere between light and moderate tension, as they call it. My thing is, I know that this lock is new, so it's like the pins are kind of really stiff. Actually, the weird thing about this is that the pins are like shockingly loose. I want to see if I'm actually tensioning anything here, so I'm going to do it like way harder tension. Got a click there. These guys are completely loose up here. That's very strange. Because we saw it work earlier, so I don't think I broke anything when I was hammering. I also might end up using a different hook here. Okay, so I'm going to do the light tension again, see if that affects anything. Because the thing about this is that this keyway is a bit more paracentric than I thought it would be. So I'm having actual hard time like curving around the wording here. I'm actually going to try this on the other side but tensioning it upwards. See if that does anything for me. This is highly amusing. I'm actually curious about something. I'm going to check chat in a moment, but if anyone has any questions or wondering what the hell I'm doing, or if you want to laugh at me in chat or whatever, please let me know in chat. Otherwise, I assume that you're transfixed by me attempting to pick this deadbolt open that I've never picked before. So, as I always say, keep lurking, keep learning. So I think the two variants on here that I could possibly do is I'm going to actually try a thinner hook. Because again, the keyway is a little bit more paracentric than I thought it would be. That's what she said. And if that doesn't work, I'm actually going to try one of these pry bars and do top of the keyway tensioning. So we'll see how that goes. But let's first try a 15 thousandths of an inch hook here. See if I can like get my way around this better. Another problem is that I'm actually going to try that half diamond again, because the other problem is that I think they made the keyway way deeper than it technically should, probably because of the way the decoding mechanism works. So I actually want to hear that first click. Okay, so that, what I just did there, is how deep. Okay, so it's in the middle of that curve. That's how deep the hook should go, because I think I'm reaching way far into the back. So let's put in a lock position. So make sure. Okay. It also, again, might not just simply work because it might not just be flush enough. Seems to be kind of really easy for me to get stuck on some of these pins here. Sounds like I'm setting something in here. I actually am going to eventually just try to rake this open and see if I get any results. And I'm thinking more of like, it's also really hard to do this while keeping your foot out to hold this in. I'm not trying to make excuses, I'm just trying to explain the field situation here. But I also might just, because sometimes what I'll do is I can't single pin pick something open. So what I will end up doing is I'll end up, that's so weird. I might try raking it. And usually once I do that, then I kind of understand how to single pin pick it. But let's try top of the keyway tensioning instead, see if that changes anything. So I'm actually going to switch back to the other 25 thousandths of an inch hook. Actually, I just had a brilliant ass idea, possibly. I'm going to close my portable lockpicking case here and use it as a decently heavy thing to properly back the door. So, let's see if this fits. Yes, it does. So, tensioning this way. I think what's probably confusing me here is that I think, let's see. Okay, so this actually tensions a lot better doing the top of the keyway with the pry bar. But I think what's kind of throwing me off here is that I think because of the way it's cut, that we probably have like a low, high, low situation going on a bit here. And what that means, because we're going to cover this on a future episode, is that means that middle pin is lower in the middle with the one behind it and the one in front of it set higher, which means you have to actually reach around that middle pin in order to set the other pins. Otherwise, what ends up happening is that, which I'm kind of feeling a little bit, is that as you're picking, the pins are dropping, so you keep dropping two of the pins every time you try to do this. So I'm going to go back to 15 thousandths. Check out the chat here real quick. Also, just to be reminded, even though I have a lot of fun doing this, we are trying to raise a minimum of $4,000. Ooh, that would be amazing. $400 minimum to the. Actually, now wondering if maybe I'm putting too much tension. Feeling something turning. There might be a spool in here. But we're raising money for RAIN, that is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest Network. I know that's a lot of like triggering terms right there, but essentially what's going on is unfortunately we have a lot of people in society that have been victims of sexual abuse, which is disgusting and gross, and I hate that, particularly when you look between Weinstein and Epstein and Trump and Clinton like that. It seems that we treat sexual abuse in society as a feature and not a bug that needs to be eradicated, if not mitigated. So we're trying to raise some money for RAIN, which has a bunch of different, they have a 24-hour call hotline. I hope everyone can hear me properly, right? Okay. They have a 24-hour hotline for people who are been sexual abuse and domestic sexual abuse situations. They have shelters for people who are sexually abused. They have clinics that are practicing social distancing. They have a lot of online resources, and they educate on college campuses and in government and schools and hospitals and stuff like that about sexual abuse. So we're just trying to look out there for a fellow man, especially with Thanksgiving, the month of November, the month of giving, as opposed to the month of partying, drinking, and presents. I'm going to try actually really light tension now. That December is going to bring, so, we're $50 away from halfway to our goal. And again, even if we don't make, our goal, all the money that you donate through Tiltify, which means we don't touch it, a reputable 501c3 third party does, actually, let me double check something. Someone just wrote, Hello from New California Republic. Hello, person from California. Frank Grimes. I almost read that as Frank Mems. I mean, Frank Grimes is a cool name too. It reminds me of Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead. But yeah, that's the link on Tiltify to donate. If you like when I'm torturing myself with here and getting really hungry despite technically eating dinner. If it'd be amazed to get the 2 20s or a $50 to reach our halfway goal point this episode. But if you just have $1 or $3 or $5 or $10 to donate, any little bit counts, because even if we don't reach our $400 goal, all the money that's sent through Tiltify will go to the to RAIN, the charity network. So it'd be very much appreciated. You can also donate when we're not live streaming, but I think everyone likes watching us torture ourselves. And there should be a Hack Alt Commander, Hack Alt N Commander this Wednesday. And if not, there will be the one. And then what we're trying to work on is we're supposed to have Thanksgiving special this Thursday, and I have to reach out and talk to a few people on. It's kind of going to be like one of those corny Thanksgiving specials, except with hackers, and we're doing elite hack sort of stuff, as well as play games with you guys over the internet and stuff like that. So look out for that one. And then we have a major cool thing that we particularly want to do in December. So keep your eyes out for all of those, because those will be all donation stuff. So what are you trying to do that lock? Okay, so let's recap here. So Master Lock made this creepy thing, which is called the Night Watch combination Deadbolt, and it's a deadbolt in which it also has a combination cylinder on the top, so you can set a combination when you leave, and if you lost your key or if you can't use your key, you can dial a combination, enter in. And this is Master of Unlocking, where we look at flaws in different locks. We look at flaws in different lock mechanisms, and we see how they work and what their weaknesses are, and then we try to exploit those weaknesses so people learn how to be safe, or to learn a potentially life-saving and headache-saving skill. That which means a lot of times lockpicking. We also deal with bypassing and some community stuff as well. And what we're trying to do now is we're trying to pick these 5 pins open. Sorry, I need to rehydrate. Then afterwards, I want to try if I can decode this. And then there's a cool technique that lockpicking lawyer found, where you can potentially bypass this thing. So we're going to try all these different things, but I just tried single pin picking now. Again, I hate to make excuses, but I'm running low on mental energy right now. This is such a dumb idea. Yeah, that's exactly what I think so too. To me, even though right now it's giving me lip, and again, I'm hungry and everything, and I also don't know if I installed this properly, because the first 3 hours was me just simply trying to install this. Let me move this closer. It was me trying to install the lock into the door, because this Laura is a piece of shit. However, I'm also really hungry and tired, mainly from installing this thing. So what I'm trying to do, I'm kind of right now defeated by single pin picking. I just want to take this S-rake or snake rake, and I'm going to try to rake it open, because that will also let me know if there's potentially any security things in here. Now, I also know that they kind of pin this a bit to a high-low-high pinning, which means you have to reach around those middle pins in order to get to the back pins. Otherwise, you have the potential to either overset pins or make the pins in the pin tumbler mechanism fall. But I just want to rake this thing and see if we get this. So I'm going to try light tension first. And just let everyone know the bolt's currently open here. And I'm actually thinking that I possibly need to do heavier tension because it's a deadbolt. So I'm going to try super heavy tension here with bottom of the keyway, because if you try to do it with top of the keyway tensioning, what usually ends up happening is you pull the pry bar or top of the keyway tension wrench out of the lock. So when we do this type of stuff, we generally try to do try to zip this. We generally try to do bottom of the keyway tensioning, which is why things like the Polaris rake set and a bunch of the Peterson ones kind of confuse the crap out of me. simply because a lot of those come with top of the keyway tension wrenches, which is fine because it's always good to have extra, but they only come with top of the keyway tension wrenches. Which means if you don't have any other bottom of the keyway tension wrenches, like let's say these are like your first kits, you're probably going to end up pulling them out. So now I'm going to go for, and these are 25 thousandths of an inch, so it's actually causing problems with the paracentricness of the keyway, but now I'm going to try this L rake, or what I like to personally call it a city rake. And this one, instead of zipping in and out, what we're going to do is we're going to do sort of a rocking technique. So I'm going to put the bottom of the keyway tensioner in. Put this in, and what this does is it kind of emulates a key. And I can see where the paracentricness of the curve of the keyway is starting to become a thing. This actually kind of makes me want to, I might end up revisiting this lock. And try to do, there's a thing that Sparrow sells that are called scarabs, and what they are they're commonly, like the type of raking lockpick is that it's known as a strike pick. And let's see, maybe if I can zip this as well. What that means is none of these I have are designed to do this. I mean, I can technically do this with a half diamond, which is actually the last thing I might end up using here. But basically, they're designed at such a wavelength that once you do the tensioning, you put the thing all the way in, and then you zip it, aka you pull it out. And because of its wavelength, it works particularly well, from what I understand, on door locks. So now I'm going to try this double peek here, and I just want to peek into chat. Lockpicking lawyer is the lockpicking lawyer here on Twitch. I wish he had a Twitch channel. I know that I think he mainly sticks to YouTube, and he has a Twitter, and he has a Instagram. But he's most active on YouTube. I have not seen him on Twitch. In fact, outside of one lockpicker that I can't think of, I think he might be the blind lockpicker or something. I'm one of the few, if not the only people, when it's not a convention, that that streams lockpicking and lockport stuff on Twitch in particular. And I multi-stream on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. So I don't know why more of them are not on Twitch. I think it's just because there's so many people in Locksport who are on YouTube, that everyone just goes to YouTube. Plus, I know that YouTube has like built-in, like you can launch streaming stuff directly from YouTube itself. So I guess for people, it's a lot easier to do. Now I'm gonna try this really crappy Chinese hybrid pick because I'm just curious. I want to see if that works here. So I'm gonna try to do the double peak here. Because I'm definitely going to, if I can't single pin pick it open, I am going to revisit this lock, because I can do the lock picking stuff with this in my hand. I don't need to install this in the door. I just figured it would be really fun to attempt to install this lock in the door, and then try to pick it and rake it open and do all the different techniques on here. And I'm getting a little lightheaded, to be honest, just simply because that 3 hours of me trying to figure out how this door lock works kills me, and this actually might be a master lock that ends up defeating me. And so that means I don't really have much energy to focus on picking this lock. To the point where I actually wonder, because this is so new, that the pins might be so stiff that I actually might have to, as we showed last episode with the mystery box, I might have to lube up the lock in order to have the picking methods work better. Because I know I can hear the pins binding in there, but I just, for some reason, nothing wants to move. I'm actually going to try this with the lock bolt retracted in. The other thing I'm thinking of too is, I mean, it shouldn't really matter, but I actually wonder again, is because since the lock is not installed flush, if that has something to do with me not being able to pick this guy open or something. See, because you can hear those pins fall. Maybe I'm oversetting a pin. Could also be the case. Let's try going front to back this time. Okay, that was one click. And again, I might end up going another possibility that I did think I just thought of right now is because it has a bit of a high-low-high pattern. It also might be that I need a longer hook than the short hooks, but all I currently have are short hooks. One of the things I've ordered through the mail is a more variety of hooks, because right now I just have one short hook that works on most things that is 25 thousandths of an inch, and then the one that I'm currently using is 15 thousandths of an inch, which works better with this more curvy keyway. And just to double check here, and also to show people are in, the key does perfectly work. You can see the bitting here. So what I'm trying to do is reach up and trying to pick around, and as you can see, there's that dip in the back. So what I'm going to try to do now is use top of the keyway. But I'm going to go back to the old pick, and I think the key here, pun semi-intended, is focusing on 1, 2, 3, those last 3 pins. So here's the pry bar. I'll stick this in at the top and curve this towards me. I'm going in with the standard 25 thousandth inch hook. Hopefully that will be enough here. Because again, the problem is there's a little bit of an S-curve to this. So it's actually kind of hard for me to reach in and push pins up like this. Because of how shapely the S-curve is. I'm actually going to go back to the 15 thousandths of an inch. Again, if anyone has any questions about what I'm doing, or wants to laugh at me or make any comments about what I'm doing or cheer me on or whatever, I love reading the chat. Every time you see me poke my head out here, that's me just seeing if the chat is updated or not. Otherwise, as I always say, keep lurking, keep learning. I don't mind lurkers at all. In fact, I encourage that. I'd rather you be watching the stream and be shy and not interact than to you not watch at all because I demand of you to interact. But a lot of the best stuff on the stream, to be fair, has come from me interacting with the chat. So, and another reminder again is that throughout this month, and we might extend this early last month, but we'll see. We are trying to raise funds. Let's see. We are trying to raise funds for RAIN, which is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network. Now, I know I just said a lot of really triggering, loaded terms right there. However, if you want to know a good summary of this organization, is that they are. I'm actually going to try raking this with this top of the keyway, even though I believe it's a bad idea to do so. That's why I'm going to go for the S rake for this. They reach out and help to victims who are currently suffering from sexual abuse. A bunch of terms I'm not going to say on here because, I mean, we're already kind of cutting it close with saying rape, abuse, and incest. So, but just know we're trying to help our fellow man out in the month of giving, aka November. And if, you know, we're right now $50 away from halfway to our $400 goal. But, you know, I would love if someone donated $50 or even $20, but if you only have like $10, $5, $3, $1, no whammies, you can donate to the cause, and I get alerts for them, so I can hear when you donate, and I'll also cheer you on. I just posted the link in chat through the Tiltify, which is what we use. It's a 503c that deals with charities, meaning we don't touch any of the money they do. That also means that even if we don't make our goal, we are going to, the money will still be sent over to the charity of our choice, aka RAIN anyhow. So again, if you donate, don't worry about not meeting goals or not meeting goals, because every bit counts. As we know, when it comes to file size, every bit counts. I don't know if every Bitcoin counts, but every bit counts. So hopefully Bitcount is not a type of cryptocurrency. I also have a show coming up this Saturday called Crypto Barons, where I look at blockchain and cryptocurrency technology as technologies. It's going to happen at 8 p.m. this Saturday. So 2 days after Thanksgiving and a day after Black Friday is my show. And I kind of made it Thanksgiving. Like, there's a really awesome cryptocurrency called Mazda Coin. I don't know if anyone's heard of it. It is a cryptocurrency that's made by a Native American for the Native American market. I'm actually curious now. For the Native American market. Actually, it needs to be the other way. And I want to teach it because a lot of cryptocurrencies are just going to start using IPFS, which is a type of like network transportation system for delivering cryptocurrency stuff, and Mazda Coin really started that whole trend. So I kind of want to basically teach people IPFS via cryptocurrency. So that's this Saturday. Right now, this is actually putting up way more of a fight for me than I thought of, and I'm pretty sure it's a combination of my my current skill level, my own personal skill level, the fact that I'm really hungry and tired right now, no matter how much water I drink, and I'm actually getting more water right now, and also the fact that this door is really crappy, so I might have not properly installed this deadbolt, which really shouldn't affect the pin tumbler, but you know. Can't leave anything out. And the last thing is, honestly, I kind of want to re-attack this lock again. Some of the other locks cost trouble. Now, again, a lot of times when it comes to lockpicking and lock sport, it really comes down to skills, how well you can use your tools, which is why for most locks, all you really need, and this is like a pretty good starter set, is a short hook, a half diamond, short to mid hook, half diamond, and like a, you can either probably do a snake rake, a Bogota, or city rake, just some form of rake, and then you have a bottom of the keyway tensioner, and you're good. But there's certain locks, certain high security locks, and different types that, you know, the keyway might be more S-shaped, thus more paracentric, so you need a thinner lockpick. You might need a higher reach, like my problem is right now with the low, high, low. I'm having a hard time getting around that middle third and fourth pin to reach that fifth pin, so I need a higher reach hook, but I currently don't have one. Things like that. And we found also last episode that as opposed to using the top and the bottom of the keyway tensioners, that using the split tensioner that normally opens car doors worked the best on it. So sometimes, not all the times, but sometimes it's that you have the wrong tool for the wrong job, or the wrong tool for the right job, or the right tool for the wrong job. It's usually the wrong tool for the right job, and so I might have to retackle this lock and a couple of the other locks on my naughty list with higher reaching hooks that are thinner, certain rakes that are specifically designed for high, low, high, things like that. But I'm going to spend like a minute or two more trying to work on this guy, and then I think he's a guy. Locks usually don't have any gender, but like for me, sometimes I can feel or tell just for some reason if a lock might be gendered in some way or not, or be like otherkin or something. And to me, this lock screams annoying male who runs his own Discord server. So I'm gonna call this a guy here. This annoying, as I make Circe laugh to death, Night Watch combination. Deadbolt. And the main thing that I'm trying to figure out is I definitely think it's the pins, because I can feel that, and I can tell I'm seizing them. The thing which puzzles people on most locks, and you've seen this every time at the show, is since I've never tackled this lock before, I honestly don't know how much tension, like you can see, because every time I keep adjusting this, right now I'm doing super hard tension on this pry bar here. And so I'm literally guessing, and I might look at like YouTube videos later and hear what they recommended for what type of tension, but I keep changing the tensions on this because, to be honest, I have no idea. I'm pretty much that dog meme in space. I have no idea what I'm doing, but even though I do know how to pick locks of different types, anyone here can tell you that. There's a reason why I'm a tool member, there's a reason why I'm an instructor at Tool. But, you know, I actually know people who are really good at doing like high security locks, but for some reason can't open basic master locks. And also, I also have locks that I can like instantly open, but they just won't open on camera. They're camera shy. So there's days where you have a bad day and just even your master lock number 3s don't open, and then there's days where you can just eat through any lock just by looking at it, like my mentor Night Owl. So I'm probably having a combination of factors, including my own skill level, or lack thereof, of having a not so bad day, which is one of the reasons why I like doing Master of Unlocking, because, see, like, when you fail at crypto barons, or like when we're doing coding stuff, there's a tendency, and I don't know where it comes from, it might be a community thing, but there's kind of a thing of like, when you like fail at that, it's like seen as a fail. Like everything has to pause, and then you have to go un-F the situation. The cool thing about lockpicking and lock sport, which is why I'm actually shocked no one doesn't just live stream this stuff, is that I'm actually gonna try this. Like right now, I'm just struggling with this thing. Despite it being called a master lock, I am actually having a decently difficult time, even though I have a bunch of handicaps against me, because I'm starting to sound like Donald Trump, where I'm like, everything's against me, that's why I don't win. Bullshit. I'm basically, this lock is turning me into a noob. And, but, even though I'm like failing, as people have told me, it's still fascinating to watch someone try to pick this thing open. So I just want to try one slightly different pry bar, and then I'm gonna go quickly. I'm actually curious about two things here, but then I'm gonna go quickly on the other two, which is I'm gonna test something where I might be able to attempt to decode this, and we're actually gonna learn how to set this up, and then I'm gonna attempt to try the bypass technique that maybe I was tensioning it wrong. That the lockpicking lawyer used. This should be very fascinating here. So, go in. Just want to use a longer, thicker tension wrench here on this bad boy to see. Use a different. Use my normal pick, and I'm actually gonna try the half diamond just to see if like the extra torque on this helps in any way. I don't think it does, unfortunately. Yeah, tensioning it this way still makes... I don't feel the clicks like I do with the top of the keyway tension way. With the top of the keyway tension. And actually, this one it fits, but this is so thick. How thick is it, Sidepocket? It's so thick that it barely fits into the keyway itself, so that's another... I'm gonna laugh. This tension wrench breaks. Struggle. Okay, so that was a fun experiment. The last two experiments I want to do is I actually want to try if I can even do this with the... If I can do this with the half diamond, that might make things easier. Because here's the funny thing, even though I use the short hook a lot, I actually started lockpicking with the half diamond. And it's really funny because there are certain situations where you want to use hooks and diamonds, but it's not really that big of a deal. It's more of like a what's your preference when it comes to picking. And the whole thing here that makes me laugh is that, like, I know people who are the reverse of me who started off with, let's try with the latch open here, who started off with hooks, and then they didn't use half diamonds until years later, and then they regretted that they didn't have a half diamond tool in their kit, a half diamond pick in their kit, because it's really handy, especially with the whole zipping technique, which is kind of like a beginner learner way to learn to get used to strike picks. So the last thing I want to do is I want to try my last pry bar that I actually removed here, just because I can use it. Well, first of all, there's a shorter nub for a switch out with the hook. It has a shorter nub for the top of the keyway here. It's the shortest nub that I have. And that's going to be an issue. So I'll try the thinner one. Let's try the thinner one here. The 15 thousandths. When I say 15, by the way, 25 thousandths, 15, most lockpicks are between 20 and 25 thousandths. I think 25 thousandths is the common one, but sometimes they come in 20 thousandths, but that's like the medium thickness. I think 25 to 30 is what's considered a large size. Then now Peterson, which is a lockpick company, has a weird thing where they have like a midway size, which is 18 thousandths. I don't know why, but usually the thin lockpicks for like paracentric keyways, and here's your instant reward in the upper left hand corner, is 15 thousandths of an inch. And as you can see, because before with the 20 to 25 thousandths one, I kept getting stuck in the paracentricness of the which is the curve of this lock, but with the thinner one I can actually weasel my way around that and get to the pins way easier. Let's reset that again. And there's actually paracentric locks that are so crazy where they look like, certain roads in New Jersey, which is where we're from, because DEFCON 201, the 201 is the New Jersey area code, particularly the Hudson County area code, because we're from Jersey City, New Jersey. We're broadcasting from there right now. Hello, everybody. How's your mom? But there's certain paracentric keyways that are so S-shaped and crazy, and it's like trying to drive. Like, I've seen ones that look like there's a very famous, I believe it's in San Francisco, where not only is it downhill, but it's such a curve that there's an actual low speed limit. I think you can only go like 3 miles an hour or something on it, because it's so steep. It's so steep, and it winds so hard. And I've seen keyway entrances, or keyways that are that crazy that certain companies like Sparrows actually sell lockpicks in the absolute thinnest size. You can actually get a lockpick and have it still work, and you have to know your skill really well to not break these, and that is the 12 thousandths of an inch, which basically turns it into like one hair away from it being tinfoil. And I'll probably eventually, I'm going to get those in my personal lockpicking kit, because most of the stuff that I have on the stream is the same stuff, which is currently bracing the door here. is normally all the stuff that I use for the practice, and the picks that I use that you see are actually my picks. But in general, like a lot of the locks and stuff in here, and I don't think I'm going to throw this guy in here. This one's going to be special, so I'll put that in like a separate bag or like a drawer. But a lot of these locks, like the Master Lock number 3s, the clear padlock that I have over here, they're normally in my training kit. I won't put the 12,000s when I get them in those. Those will be personal use because, again, you have to have a good amount of skill in order to know what you're doing. Okay, so I'm just really curious. Oh, wow, that's actually really sturdy. Let's try that. Holy crap. I don't know if that'll solve our problems, but that is way more... That basic flag with no teeth is way more sturdy than I thought it was going to be. Holy crap. Alright. Just because I'm hungry and stuff, this... You can pick this open. If you search videos for this, you can do it. I'm just... A ton of factors, current skill level, I'm hungry, I'm starting to get delirious from trying to install this on the door, my legs are tired, I'm on the pathway of being an old man. I'm unable to pick this open at this time. You've seen this happen before where I'll struggle with a lock like 3 episodes ago, and then I'll casually bring it on and then it just opens. I'm hoping to do that with that, because I'm pretty sure it's 5 basic pins, and I think there's spools. The thing that's defeating me right now is the slight paracentricness of this keyway, as well as that the keys are cut in a more, even though it's still kind of flat bitting, there's a bit more of a high-low-high, so I'm having a hard time reaching to get to the back 2 pins and avoid that middle one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 5. Yeah, so that's what's driving me crazy right now. So we're going to try the other 2 things. So we just tried picking, that's one way. The other way, and actually I'm going to do this in different order. We're going to try lockpicking lawyers things. So if you saw earlier, and you might want to rewind back, there's like plates in here. That's actually, which we're going to get into, is how this dial system works, right? Now, from what I understand with this, and that's why I need the bolt out, there's a gap here. I can actually put, let's do the 15,000s, but I think I can do it with 25,000s. I can actually put a lockpick in this gap here. It's pretty nuts, right? Now, that gap is wide enough that if I had a thinner piece of metal, and this is 15,000, so I need something thinner, like a 12,000th or 10,000th, I can catch the main plate gear that moves this bolt. It's the last gear in the sequence, because there's supposed to, from my understanding, I think there's probably like 3 plates in here. When you rotate this back and forth, it moves, like one rotation is the first plate, then the second plate, then the third plate. So I get that back third plate, and I believe the location is, it's either going to be at like 7 o'clock here or 4 o'clock here, like if this was a clock face. So it's either going to be this corner or this corner, right? And actually, do I have the camera? Let me grab the camera and hold it up. So yeah, I can fit a thin, let's do that, okay. I can fit a thin, trying to figure out what the center of this is. This 15,000th pick I can actually put in this gap. So if I had something thinner, like a 12 or 10,000th inch piece of metal, I can wedge it either at this 4 o'clock here or this 7 o'clock here. Just trying to get it so you can see it. So I could do the 4 o'clock over here or the 7 o'clock and try to get that third last plate that moves this bolt over here, and essentially use pliers and turn that plate and open it. Now, here's the thing here. I actually need to go the instructions temporarily, because in order to get this to work on this door, I actually had to shift the plate over. So, if I remember correctly, originally this was at the 4 o'clock, so I think I have to do this at the 7 o'clock position. We're going to try this. So, what I have here, and I can quickly demo, and by the way, this is nuts. Warning, a lot of times when you get lockpicking equipment, they, like, even if you get a case, the case comes, the picks are in a separate packaging than the case. You have to actually put them in the case. They're not in the case. It's for, like, standard and travel reasons. But warning, when you get a lot of lockpicking stuff, they often come in what I like to call these little drug baggies. Just as a warning, lockpicking is already seen as skeevy enough. you're also going to get a lot of these like tiny druggie bags. So prepare in your household a lot of looks when you open packages and there's little druggie bags with different metal instruments in it. But these are, I'm off screen here, but I'm going to be on screen in a moment. These are called core shims. I got these at Sparrows. You can get a whole like 30 of them of different widths and curves for $5. You can also technically make these out of like soda cans and stuff. This is just a bit more professional. And normally what they're for is a type of bypass. It's really helpful if you're a locksmith and you're trying to pull the core out of the lock body, right? And this is a clear plastic padlock that I use for demoing. And that's why they're called core shims, because what they do is they're thin enough that they actually fit in the core gap if it's not shielded like this one. So like what you can do here, for example, is I can put this core shim, see as it's sticking out that front, and it's lined up to where these pins are. And what I can do is I can put some slight pressure on the front of the shim and take any instrument, but in this case we're doing a standard short hook. And let me do this way. So you put some pressure on here, and then I can go in, and I'm going to go and move that first pin if I can. It's just this is an odd angle. Okay. And it slides, as you can see, between that driver pin up there and that key pin down there. And so instead of trying to figure out which position they're all in, I can just put a little pressure on the top here and just slide that core shim all the way down the shaft, in between the shaft. We're almost there. In between those key pins and driver pins to create that gap at the shear line. And unlike lockpicking normally, where when I release the tension, all the pins fall down, I can actually at any time stop and it'll still hold that gap. And now that the shear line is separated, I can take a tension wrench and slide it and turn that core and have it pop open. So that's usually what the core shim does, is that it blocks the key pins and driver pins in a core that's unshielded. And even Master Lock number 3s today are shielded, but if you find an unshielded one, you can separate them, that way you can move the core. This is also very helpful, again, to when I pull this, all of them are going to fall into place. Hear that? This is also very helpful. This is the most helpful for what do you call it, for locksmiths. So if my theory is correct here, let's move the camera to a better position. I believe because we flipped it over, it's at the 7 o'clock position. I could also look this up later. So yeah, let's see if we can maneuver underneath here and get to that core wheel. Though now I'm wondering if maybe, just maybe, they may have redesigned this so that it is difficult to get past it into the position. Or maybe this is actually too thick of a shim core. Let's try some of the smaller, thinner ones that I have. So we're trying to go at like a side angle to try to loop around up in there underneath. So this might be too thick. Let's try thinner ones. If not, worst comes to worst, what I could do at the end is bring up an actual professional, aka lockpicking lawyer, because he actually covered this lock a while back, and show everyone how you can pick this open and do that bypass. But before we end this, we are definitely going to decode this lock. I also want to note here that I think it's sliding in. Okay. That we are trying to raise money for. Okay, so it is in for. Okay, I bent it a bit, but let's try on the other side. For RAIN, which is the rape, abuse, and rape, abuse, and incest. Oh, I I feel it catching something in there. This is gonna bend this to shit and back, but it's for a good cause. And again, I can spend $5 and get 30 more of these, or make them out of soda cans. So it's not, I'm not like crying spilled milk here. But we're trying to raise money for RAIN, which is the Rape, Abuse, and I almost said IRS. Incest National Network. To sum it up, I know there's a lot of scary terms, but basically they look out for people who are victims of sexual abuse, and they also educate to let people know what sexual abuse is, what resources you can turn to if you're a victim of sexual abuse or know someone who's a victim of sexual abuse, and how to cope and deal and heal from it. And they've done a lot of things. They have a 24-hour call-in hotline. They have online contacts. They have online and in-person resources, clinics, shelters. They do campus education and stuff like that in different colleges and schools and medical facilities and government facilities. And we figured in the month of giving for November that, you know, I would normally, like, if we didn't have charity, I would still be doing this, and you could all laugh at me being tortured by this. However, you know, it's a good cause. It's a really good cause. And so right now we are still $50 away, as my big head comes in, from our goal here. And I'm just going to paste it in chat again. That's the link to Tiltify, which is a 50c3. So that means we don't handle any money you donate. They do, to RAIN. And that also means that even if we don't reach our $400 goal, like let's say we unfortunately are still stuck at 150, which I don't want it to be. I want to get $50 between now and Hackle and Commander, so that way we're halfway to our goal. But no matter what money you donated, even if it's like $1, $3, $5, $20, $10, no whammies, all of that money will go to the charity. It will go to the charity organization RAIN. So don't worry about not meeting quotas and stuff. So I feel like something catch in here, although I'm really curious about something here. I want to see if I could also thread this really horribly bent boy now, slightly unbent it through the front of the dial here. Because that shouldn't work. But I just wanted to feel for it. Okay, so is what we're trying to do is, because you remember before, because what I had to do was, originally it was over here, now it's over, so it should be at the 4 position. I should be able to catch it and turn it to bypass it, so I'm going in at this angle. It allows me to slide in, so I'm at that 4 o'clock position. I don't know how far I have to shove in there. That should feel like it's kind of catching to something. I'm going to take these pliers just to add a bit of torque to it. We're going to try to see if we can catch this end. Although I just realized these pliers might actually not be thin enough to do this. Let's see. Something was turning. Unfortunately, I don't think the bolt turned. This is how Lockpicking Lawyer did it, although I might be doing this from the wrong side. Let's just try the other side just to see what's going on. So we're going to now go at the 7 o'clock position. And again, if I don't get any of these techniques to work outside of decoding, I will admit defeat and load up Lockpicking Lawyer's video and show you where I saw this technique from. Okay, so that's there. So that's 7 o'clock. Hope I didn't break this already. Okay. Let's actually try this lower down here. So clamping it. I'm going to try to see if I can get anything moving here. Didn't catch it. Okay, so we tried the technique and it didn't work, and I know it's not that it didn't work because Lockpicking Lawyer is a liar or whatever. Watch, that's going to be like in a DC 201 out of context episode or something. It's literally because I'm probably doing it wrong and I'm dead tired and I'm an intermediary and not a god like Lockpicking Lawyer is. But I want to test one more thing with this deadbolt, and then we will end this episode, which means I have to clear the chair off somehow. And that is this dial. Now, I have two theories about the way they've done the combination dial. One is that it might be, I think it still is 3 plates, but I don't know if it's a safe thing where I have to like lean in close in here for different gates, but I have a simpler idea, and I know, and my theory on this is, let's get the instructions. I'm going to read to you how you're supposed to dial the number once you have this set. So once you've, because you have to make the code beforehand and then do it. So to operate, you turn right 3 times, passing 0, and let me actually adjust this. So yeah, so it's saying here that in order to do it, you have to turn the dial here right 3 times, pass 0, and stop at the first number. And then you turn left 1 full turn passing the first number, so you have to go past the number you stopped on, to stop at the second number, and then you turn right and stop at the third number. Now, that set off an alarm bell to me, because I'm like, those instructions sound familiar. What thing that I know of, especially from Master Lock, works that exact way? And we've already covered this about, I think, 3 episodes back. You've probably seen one of these. I personally have it in pink. This is a basic master combination lock that you see in gym lockers and middle school and high schools everywhere. And the way you do the number here is you have to turn the number. You have to go right 3 times. 1, 2, 3, past the 0, and you go the first number. And then you turn... That was right? Oh, I turned right. Hold on. So yeah, let's try this again. So I'm going to reset it. And then we're going to do 1, 2... Tilt it down more. 3... Actually, shit. See, this is what happens when you don't eat a while. Okay, so here we go. We have to go past 0 3 times. 1, past 0 again, 3, and we're going to go the first number, right? And then we're going to turn left past that first number, and then go to the second number, and then we should be able to go right to, turning right again, the last number, and we have it open. So my theory is that this expensive $20 Deadbolt combination works the exact same way as the really crappy $3 to $5 master locks that high schoolers use. And I'm going to quickly remind everyone again how if you don't know the number for these things, how you can figure it out. So what you have to do is you, again, do the pass 0 3 times. So now we got there. And then you do, and this is the hardest part, is you have to set it to like this weird thing between, you have to pull the shackle up, all this is going to be pulling a shackle, between like light tension and high tension, and you're going to rotate until it gets caught. It got caught right there. So now what you do is you count to 3 left. So 1, 2, 3, and that's the first number. And then what you do is you turn right, and this is just decoding it, and you go past the first number, and then what you do is you pull heavy, mid to heavy on the shackle, and you find all the spots where it catches and it doesn't turn fully. It feels like it falls into a pit. And you'll know you get to the right one because you see how it like moves between like 2 to 3 different numbers. There's going to be one of these where it will barely move between one number and the next. See how barely I can turn that? So that's the second number. So let's reset it. We're going to do the 1, 2, 3. So now we know the first two numbers. So we're going to just go all the way to those numbers. So the first one, and then we go past that one, and we go to the second number. And then what you do is you pull on the shackle again, and you don't pull on the shackle. And what you do is you count back 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and you pull on the shackle. If it doesn't happen after 4, you keep counting back 2 until you get it. So 1, 2, or maybe I actually did the numbers wrong. Let's see, 1, 2, 1. No, that should work. 1, 2. I may have reversed the numbers by accident. 1, 2, and we got an open. So that's how that works. So my thing is, if my theory's correct, and this Master Lock combination Deadbolt with Night Watch technology is literally the same way that these crappy ones work, I want to see if we can use that same technique on the crappy Master Lock on this one. If not, we will try an actual safe cracking technique. Now, the thing about this is that normally the way you would work is you would tension it. And I honestly don't know how I'd be able to tension this thing. So what I'm thinking, and I haven't tried this yet, is I'm going to attempt to tension the pin tumbler. And I'm going to see if I actually get the same feedback. If not, again, I'll actually use a safe cracking technique. So I'm going to find that. Where's my long tensioner here? And again, if anyone has any questions about what I'm doing or how big my hair is or what's rain and DEFCON 201 and stuff, please let me know in chat. Otherwise, keep lurking and keep learning. And if you like what you see, you can hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. And we're also on Facebook, but we're just testing that out for now on the Facebook. And as you can see, we also get instant rewards once in a while for those people who like that cryptocurrency. Those codes will pop up on the screen. And if you do that, or if you donate to RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, to help people who unfortunately have fallen victim, which is a lot more people, a lot more than what's reported, for sexual abuse, for resources for them, such as the 24-hour helpline and online and in-person shelters and resources to help overcome that, as well as educate to identify what sexual abuse is and what you do in that situation, or if your friend's in that situation. And if you donate, which that link's in the chat, or if you're on Twitch, you can scroll below and click on the Tiltify widget, and that should do that. Again, we're $50 away from being halfway to our goal, which is 400, so that will be 200. We'll be halfway to our goal. But if you donate $1, $3, $5, $10, that adds up, so I appreciate that. I get notifications for all of those, including sending bits, super chats, and lemons, and I will shout you out on air when you do that. And we also might be doing another special thing if we reach the 400 goal. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tension this. I'm going to see if this works. The cord doesn't move much, but I want to see if this catches the same way. So I'm going to do the between, that should be heavy tension, and that should be light tension. So down here should be in the middle. So let's try this. So let's actually first do the rotation thing. So, oh, actually, before we do that, I'm an idiot. This will never work because we need to set the number first. So let me look to see how you actually set the number on this lock, because it should be on here in the instructions somewhere. And then we're going to end the stream. I did not even realize it's past midnight. That's how insane I've gone. Let's see here. So to operate, unlock. That's the nighttime security. I'm trying to figure out how you do, and I'm actually gonna tilt the camera to the horrible bed because I need to sit down for this because I've been standing this entire episode. Trust me, I know friends who do door security. In fact, there's a type of lockpick set done by I forget the company's name. I think they're called Scorpion. But I know people who stand and pick locks, and one of the reasons I like how the microphone's partly blocked. It's a nice artistic shot. But I know people, and I've picked locks on doors before, but trust me, the reason why you try to get through the door as fast as you can is because your legs, especially as you get older, will effing kill you as you're trying to stand and do that. So let's see here. Somewhere on these instructions should be the way to set the combination on this. So this is about the bolt. Okay, here we go. So I think this might be it. Let's see. All locks are shaped for this. Template. Strike position. Attaching the faceplate. Placing an existing lock. Okay. Let's see. Interior and exterior. And then I actually might look on the packaging because the instructions might actually be on the packaging for this. So let's see. Okay. After dialing the 3-digit combination, rotate the dial 1/4 to extend the bolt. So what I'm trying to figure out here is how you actually set, because I think you have to pre-program the, oh, here we go. Let's see. Dial the 3-lock combination. Okay. I see. Okay, this is fascinating here. Okay, I get what they're doing. So we have to enter the combination first and then turn it towards the bolt end in order to extend the bolt. So I actually have to put this in not lock mode. And then we do the combination again and then turn it the other way away from the bolt to open it. So we're just going to make up some numbers here off the top of my head. And even though I'll know the numbers, although I'm so hungry and tired that I might forget them, the goal is to see if the decoding techniques that I tried with these really crappy high school master locks that you can easily decode will work on this, because the instructions sound extremely much the same. So let's see here. So what we're going to do is, so it should be right, what is it? I think it's right, left, right. So it's in here. Turn right. After stop at the, okay, so let's see here. So we should do, see if we can get this working. So we do 1. A lot bigger to turn here. It's like a safe dial. 2. And you know what? Let's just, for funsies, let's actually make it the same combo as the crappy Master Lock one. So we're going to do that number, right? And then we're going to go past that original number. I can actually feel it catch. Oh God, it feels exactly the same as the crappy lock. So this should be amusing. If we can tension this correctly, honestly, it probably should work the exact same way. And then we're going to turn this to, just screwed up a bit here, but that number. And then you should be able to turn it, I don't know if it's the plug or if you turn the, let's see, it said, after dialing, rotate dial. So I should be able to rotate the dial and the thing pops out. If not, I'll try to input it again and use the core. Okay, the bolt didn't go out, so let's try this again. So you just reread the instructions and make sure I'm not going crazy. 3 times. So afterwards you, or maybe because the latch is on the other side, now I have to dial it the other way, so no idea with that one, but we'll find out here. I'm actually going to use the key in a second just to make sure I'm not going crazy. So let's just, I guess, reset everything and use the key. So that should normally retract the bolt, and that should extend the bolt. Maybe we didn't extend it far enough, I don't know. So I just want to reread because I'm like neurotic about getting all this stuff wrong. So yeah, that's exactly how it should work. I'm going to double check the box now. Yes, okay, so let's try this again. So we're gonna do 1, 2. So right there. And we're gonna go past, as it said, I think, yes, left. 1 full turn passing the first number to stop at the second, so it's probably I have to like rotate this smoother. So I'm gonna like ultra do this. I'm gonna like break my hand trying to do this. Okay, and now okay. If everything went right, I should be able to. It should open, but it's not. Although now I'm wondering if it's the other way. Okay. Huh, that's weird. Alright, let's reset everything. So let's do the 1, 2. Okay. And then again to right, and then they're like, just want to try something here because nothing should happen with this core, right?
Real quick, gotta get my pliers back. About to crash.
Yeah. Just give me. I can give you everything back at this point, basically.
Alright, awesome.
So let me just. That's weird. Just trying to see if there was any. Here we go. I think that guy was already missing. If I find it, I'll give it to you.
Well, no, all of them were there.
All of them were there?
Positive.
So why is that one missing then?
I don't know. Just I'll let you keep it until you find it.
Okay, because it didn't fall out. Nothing fell. So.
It's in here somewhere because I was very sure it was there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see what happened. Sorry, never mind. I forgot all the hexes are on the outside. So this was still in the thing. So now they're all here.
Perfect.
Okay.
Alright, have a good night. Good luck.
Yep, you too. Alright, so as it said, after we dial this combo, dial 1/4 turn, so it should be towards the bolt. But we did have to flip this, so maybe we have to turn it the other way. I have no idea, but let's try it. So it should be, we turn this guy and the bolt should fly out. So 1/4, so let's see. So that's half. So 1/4 should be here at 2019, so it should be that. So no bolt came out. I don't know why. This is not. We need to be able to set a combination before we can do this. Actually, I want to try something here. Let's see what this bolt retracted out since we dialed the code already. If the code actually works now. So maybe I'm just counting the numbers wrong here. That's past 0. That, and then we go past the original number and go all the way to that one and then to U, and I should be able to turn it 1/4 the other way and it should open, but it doesn't. Wonder what's going on. So let's retract this back in. Might have to watch a quick video about this. Let's see. Dial 3 numbers. Retract bolt. So this is turn right. Past the first number. There's the incent reward's about to go off. That's first number. Stop at the second turn. It's a 1 full turn past the first number. So after we do, so it should be 1, 2, and then 3, and then it goes. Then we do 1 going past it. Let's just try this one more time, just for my own sanity. So we're going to turn right 3 times. 1, 2, 3. And we're going to stop at the first number, which is here. And then we're going to do 1 full turn passing the first number to stop at the second number. So. And then we turn right and stop at the third number. Right? And after that, I should be able to rotate this 1/4 of the way to the right, I think. Yeah, just want to double check. The graphic on this, they don't do arrows, okay. And that should extend the bolt, so here we go. See, the weird thing is I don't feel it really grip anything. So I don't know if it's because it's not flush or what. Let's try that again, but do it the other way, and then we'll see if we get there. So, because what's weird is even turning this, it feels exactly like, not even kidding, the same exact way you would actually turn a master lock combination lock. So we got that there, and I just want to see if the other direction would work to open it. I feel it catching, but it doesn't. Okay. So what we're going to do, even though I promised the other one was going to be the last break, we're going to take one last tiny break. And I just want to look up a video to see if I can find a video of them dialing this guy and see if I'm doing anything wrong. And then whether I'm not, when I come back, I'll do a summary. We'll probably watch a lockpicking lawyer video on this subject, and then we'll call it a night, because I did not think the stream would go for this long. But I'm going to play for one last time some music, which is good, because unlike the past couple times when I'm thirsty and I have to go pee, and watch a video while I pee, and you get to listen to music, and hopefully not listen to me peeing, and then we'll be back, and I will try to do this if I figured it out. If not, I will just end the show in a proper way. And in the meantime, if you want to donate to RAIN, which is the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network to help fight against people who have been sexually abused, which are a lot of people, unfortunately, an embarrassing number of people, because our species suck. You can donate $1, $3, $5, $10, $20, $50, no whammies, but you can donate that at our Tiltify link in chat. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down. We have right in the where we're streaming, we have a Tiltify widget, so you could donate directly through there without leaving the stream. And if you like all the stuff that you see here, you can click like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, or YouTube. And we're still experimenting with Facebook right now. Or if you want to send in bits or lemons or super chats and the Tiltify donations to RAIN, we will see and hear all of those, and we like to shout people out, and sometimes we do really cool things for you when you do that. So you can do that while I'm gone. But we're going to take the one last break, and cross your fingers that I finally figured this out, because it took me 3 hours to do this. I'm not going to spend 3 hours trying to figure out how to unlock the thing instead of installing things. So stay with me, and I will be right back. Enjoy the music for a bit. So, I looked at a video of someone finagling it, and I tried a bunch of different things, and unfortunately they didn't work, but I do want to try one thing before we decide to play Lockpicking Lawyer's video on the subject. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the camera back over to the computer here. If I can properly do this. So sorry for everyone who has motion sickness. Ugh. There we go. That works. Yay. See how crazy my room is. I'm going to move all the tools over to my bed that eventually I'm going to have to sleep on. This has been a crazy thing. I learned a lot today. Again, I'm used to installing. I have installed in the past doorknobs and deadbolts, and that sounds like a one of those like risque, like romance novels, doorknobs and deadbolts, you know. But yeah, no, I'm really learning a lot because this is such a unique lock system. Like, you would think adding a combination lock to a deadbolt would, in addition to keying, would not, in addition to a keyway, would not be like some major thing, but it actually affects the construction of the lock in such a way that it's actually caused some very interesting, I guess that's the PG-13 way of calling it, side effects for trying to get this thing to open and or bypass or whatever. Oh, and this guy is important. Yeah, I'm still mad that I asked Jack to borrow his Allen wrenches, and then it turns out he already has an that it actually came with a tiny Allen wrench, and just because my chair is black and brown, and I actually need to move the camera back, and that it is solid black, I didn't even notice it. So what we're going to do here, because I want to try one last experiment to see if this will work, is I'm actually going to remove this bolt system out of here, and I'm going to then reassemble this entire system as if, ladies and gentlemen, it was in the door. So it's not going to be in a door, but I'm going to assemble it real quick. And then we're going to actually test out the functions in my hand, including the dialing system, because I want to make absolute sure that the lack of this being flush, not flush against the door because of how badly this door is built, has nothing to do with the lack of the flawed opening systems. Now, obviously, that shouldn't be a problem with the pin tumbler. That's all on me, because the pin and tumbler, again, Lockpicking Laura's video, he literally held it in his hand without the thumb switch back piece and without the actual bolt, and he was able to pick it open. So that's my fault there. That's me being hungry. That's a lack of skill. That's me being tired, and a bunch of other things. So I will take the L for that. But I just want to make sure that when it comes to, I might try the bypassing thing. Really, I think needs the, no, it doesn't need the door. It doesn't need the door. But I'm gonna try I'm not gonna try the bypassing thing on stream once I reassemble this. But what I will do is I'm going to try the dial combination thing, and just to make sure, because when I remove this, it should be completely flush. Actually, should be able to use this handle for this, or if not, actually, let me try the mallet. Since it should be completely flush, there we go. And see if I can open the bolt dial that way. So that's the bolt. So that's the dialer and keyway. And then I can wiggle out this guy, and then I'll later, actually I'll do that right now. I will rescrew the this little cover I have for it. I actually need the little, here it is. This little screw-in nugget. So the way this works is it's like blank on one side and there's a screw over here. So you put this on one side, I'm going to put this one towards me. And then you put the other cover over it if I remember correctly. Actually, hang on. It's kind of a weird setup. I actually have to stick this one in on the other side. Now I can kiss. And then grab the screwdriver. Actually, I should do it the other way. Yep, now kiss. And grab the screwdriver. And then tighten everything over. This is where I get to... I did this the wrong way. But yeah, this should do the dexterity. This will definitely test my dexterity, and of course, unless I want to put like tissue paper or something, there's like no real way to let's just try to at least get this guy on here. There we go. Now that's starting to hook on. That should do it. Yep. Can now maneuver this correctly over the hole here, and then keep screwing that hole really hard with a good consistent motion, like the good gentleman I am with my giant hard tool. And this hole is almost finished, because we're probably never going to have a Master Unlocking episode where I don't get to make some hilarious in poortaste sexual pun or innuendo. I mean, I'm kind of like that personality-wise, but lockpicking, it's just like threading wires and stuff where, you know, the thing that those two things have in common is you're always going to run into innuendos. So I'm going to move the camera over back to the normal position for our regularly scheduled program. Here I am. And once again, if we are currently trying to, at this weird Dutch angle, raise money for the for RAIN, which Abuse and Incest National Network. Now, I know that's a lot of scary words, but in a nutshell, what it is they try to protect people and educate and help heal people who are victims of sexual abuse, and they have seminars and free online and in-person material of how to identify sexual abuse, what happens if you end up in sexual abuse. And there's a lot of people, because the numbers are always horribly unreported, and I especially want to highlight that they're really unreported. Like, women are already scared to, and children are scared to come forward about sexual abuse. Grown men in any culture, forget it. We're just like, you know, I cry but I don't cry. We're like that type of idiot. So the numbers that you see out there, which is already ridiculously high of people who have been affected by sexual abuse, and I know I'm not going to save myself just because I want you to sleep at night, but I have a lot of friends and past lovers and stuff who were unfortunately victims of sexual abuse by really horrible people. And unfortunately, a lot of our society, if you see Epstein, and Trump and Clinton and stuff, seem to think that these bugs are features when they're not. And so we are trying to raise a minimum of $400 right now. $150. We are literally $50 away from getting the halfway point, and we're going to do this for probably another week or two. That's not to say to take your time. If you have that $50, that'd be amazing to donate. If you have $20, it'd be amazing to donate. But if you have $10, $5, $3, $1, it goes a long way to doing this. We literally have passed this type of milestone and smaller ones literally because of between $1 to $5. We literally had one where someone donated $3, and we were able to raise money for Fred Hutch, which helped with COVID-19. And we're probably going to go back to COVID-19 fundraising later on this winter, just because everything is... It's 2020, and it's America, and it's crazy. But yeah, in the chat, I posted the link of where to go on Tiltify, which is a third party, so we never see or touch any of the money they do. That also means that any money that goes in, even if we don't reach our goal, goes to RAIN and charities. You click on that link or like right click, open a new tab, you can donate. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and we have a widget there that will directly donate. Also, if you really like this content, you can like, share, subscribe. Our channels at Twitch, D Live, and YouTube, which we're streaming from right now. You can also follow us on Facebook, which we're test streaming. If you do any of those things, you follow, share, like, send us bits on Twitch, send us lemons on D Live, super chats on YouTube. I have no idea what they do on Facebook. I guess cry. I don't know. And if you do the Tiltify donations, not only will that bar expand, we get alerts for those, and they're really cool. Plus, I hope everyone who likes the Incent cryptocurrency is enjoying all of the free Incent giveaways that's been going on the stream. So the last thing I want to try, just to make sure that the fact that the door was uneven wasn't bothering any of the lock systems, is I'm actually going to assemble. I'm going to tilt the camera a bit more, and you can see how terrible my room is partly. And good luck, Recon. Good luck, Oints people. OSEN people. I call it Oints because I'm an idiot. But I'm going to actually attempt to, probably very futilely, to assemble this lock, and to see if I just assemble it without the door, would I be able to, now that all the components are properly together, would I be able to, this is cool how this works. Would I be able to, I can't think straight. I just realized I put this in upside down. That would explain a lot. That's problem number one. Would I be able to, let me actually tilt this. I might be able to tilt this all the way down so you see. Here we go. That's my crotch. All right. Because I don't have the overhead thing that we normally have on Master of Unlocking, so I'm just winging it here. But I want to see if everything is properly like in place here, and so thus everything is actually technically flush. Would I be able to, will these decoding and bypass techniques and stuff actually work, or is there just Master Lock just makes incredibly crappy locks, or I'm just a noob too tired? Also, doesn't this look like some sort of creepy alien with the screws sticking out? Like, I think I found my Halloween costume. Like, doesn't this Deadbolt latch look like someone's nose and then these eyes and then like an ear on the sides? It's like, ooh, it's like, ooh. You know, I just think that's cool. And there's a phrase for it that I can't remember, where it's like we have this propensity as a species to like see human faces and everything. So I'm basically so hungry and tired after spending literally 3 hours. It wasn't even installing it. Well, installing in the door was a little tricky, but that wasn't even the part where we were going nuts. Where we're going nuts is we didn't realize the latching system worked, and despite the door being the proper diagram that they said it's a set for the default, it turns out we actually had to reprogram it for the other way that the door works in order to get this working. In fact, I actually wonder if we should program it back. Yeah, you know, actually that's what I'm going to do. I know I already wasted time screwing this stuff in the same way I've wasted time screwing myself over. But we're going to waste a little bit more time. I'm actually going to stream a little bit past 1, which is kind of a Olympic goal here tonight. I literally thought, like, I knew this would be a long episode, but I thought we'd stream to like 11, and we've gone 2 hours past that with what I thought was only going to be 1 intermission, but ended up being 5 of them. Simply because, to quote Professor Layton, do you remember that character? Do you remember when Level 5 was an actual, like, respectable video game company that rivaled Pokemon? And never mind that, like, Pokemon Company is now, like, the EA of Nintendo. But, like, now there was the news that Level 5, the people who make Professor Layton, I know I'm going off on a crazy tangent, but bear with me, that they're now not, they closed down all of their Western localization wings, so now either Level 5 games are going to be stuck in Japan, or they're going to work probably directly with Sony, Nintendo, Microsoft, and other third parties to bring their games over. I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo really goes for that, although Microsoft's really hungry for Japanese games too, so you don't know. But yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take this apart again, and I am going to reset this back to its original position. And actually, let me try something here. Okay, and I'm going to see if we install it in its actually, hold on a second. Let me look at that paper again behind me. The stupid instructions that are only 2/3 of the way true. I guess that's how you can totally tell Master Lock is a United States company. Let's see. So the default was that. So actually, no. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to retighten this screw, and we're actually going to install this as normal. Because remember, it was originally programmed the other way, and that didn't work. And then we programmed it, and it did it the way that it's supposed to do it on the default. So F that, and we are going to instead, actually, let me just double check something here. Just want to see what works. Okay. Then maybe the washer fell out. I don't know. But I think the washer might have fallen out because I think that was like the slip cover. That's fine. It's fine. Zen Commander says this is fine. Everything's fine. I'm okay. It's fine. 2020. It's fine. Actually, when I hear it's fine, I kind of hear the way Scott the Woz says it. You know, where he's like, it's like, Animal Crossing, City Folk, it's fine. Punch Out Wii, it's fine. Like the way he does that when it's just a game that he doesn't really have much commentary on. That's how I kind of hear that it's fine. Although I think what popularized that is I forget what her last name is because I'm an adult, but it's one of my favorite longtime YouTubers. Lindsay, she's done like videos. She's been known as the Nostalgia Chick before, and I've been having this thing too where I'm still subscribed to Channel Awesome, but it's like I'm a fan of their content for the most part, but I'm not a fan of Doug Walker himself because I think Dougie Boy from the TV hit show Doug, that's a dig at him. I think he's gotten, unlike Nintendo Video Game Nerd, I love how I'm like talking everything but hacking. But I think he's gotten like kind of like high on himself, kind of overzealous sort of thing, you know? Like I think he thinks he's an actual like super important critic where his word really matters, and he doesn't realize that like, yeah, it's not that his stuff has any point, but he's also like on the internet, so he needs to talk about like poops and farts all the time. So I think the show material is neat, but I think he takes himself way too serious. That's something we really try to avoid doing at, I don't know why these screws aren't flush, at DEFCON. Oh, that might be the gap for the door, maybe? I don't know. But that's something we try to avoid doing. Yeah, this is strong enough to put that in there. Okay. For DEFCON 201 is like, we really don't want to be like the group of sorcerers with that tagline of like, we take ourselves really seriously. Like, that's not the... We talk about serious topics, but that's not like why we do the, you know, we have fun doing this because we know we're just a bunch of dorks sitting in a house in New Jersey somewhere. All right, so we're gonna do these instructions now that everything is mostly flush. We're gonna try this again and see if we can get this dial system to work. So I'm going to do it like the way I love it because I actually looked up the Master Lock video for this, and it's truly absolutely hilarious. And one of the most hilarious parts of the whole video is they actually talk about this dialing system, and they literally described it as, it's just like the ones that your kids know how to do. It's easy, and that's, again, my theory. If we were able to tension this, which means we actually have to set the combo first, I should be able to decode this using the exact technique as the crappy behind me somewhere. The same as these really crappy master locks that you see in high schools and gym everywhere. But again, we need to set a combo. Unlike this, it doesn't have a default one. So we're actually going to set this as the same combo as the cheap one here. So now that I have this down, so it says turn right 3 times, stop at the first number. So this usually passes 0. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, and that just puts on 0. And then we're going to do the first number here. So turning to the first number, right? Okay, and then it said turn left 1 full turn passing the first number to stop at the second number. Okay. And then we turn right to stop at the third number. Okay. And then to lock, after dialing the 3-digit combo, we should be able to turn this dial 1/4 of a turn towards where the deadbolt's supposed to come out of to extend the deadbolt. So let's see if that works. Yeah, nothing's catching. I don't know if that means this mechanism's broken or something's wrong or what. So it has nothing to do with flush. It has to do with maybe I'm like dialing it wrong. So let's try the way I actually saw in a video of how someone dialed this, and then we'll try it the reverse way, and then I give up. So let's do this again. So we're gonna do 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we're back at 0, and this is kind of killing my hand here holding this together. So we're gonna go to the first number here, right? So we turn right, stop at the first number, and then we're gonna go back to 0, turning left, and then we're gonna do 1 full turn, stopping, going past to the second number, and then we're gonna turn right, hit third number, right? And then you should be able to, again, turn it 1/4 dial towards this to extend the bolt to lock. So we're going to try it now. And nothing's catching. All right, so we're going to do one last thing, because remember, we did have to reprogram it to set it the other way, and then if this doesn't work, I give up. I wave the white flag. That means this episode's technically a fail, but again, I don't care. I learned a lot installing this and dissecting it, and we'll probably revisit this guy again, because this is not going to go in my training kit, but this will definitely sit in my room somewhere in like a shelf or a drawer, and we'll revisit this once I find out better info about it. So let's try this, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same technique, but then I'm going to turn it the opposite way since this was set to the other setting, and let's see if that changes anything. So let's do this. So we're going to do past the 1, 2, 3. This is so much metal and it's so heavy, it's actually really difficult to hold this in your hand. So now we're going to go past the original number. So we got the original number. We're going to turn it all the way to the second number. We turn right to the third number. And normally we turn right a fourth. I'm going to turn left a fourth way and see if that moves the bolt. Nothing. Bolt did not come out. And keys went somewhere. They're behind me. Well, I can double check here, and I'm pretty sure I can extend the bolt with the keys. Let's try that. Although I just realized something. This is one last time, because I might have just done something really stupid. So we have 1, 2, 3, because my left hand's cramping now. My left hand's cramping because for any of our younger viewers, this is why you shouldn't non-stop watch naughty things on the internet. Otherwise your hands will start cramping after a while, and that impedes your lockpicking. Okay. So let's try this. It said to turn right. Let's see. 1/4. Yeah, nothing catched. Like I can feel the second wheel catching, but nothing catched. Let's try that again. 2, 3. There. Set this back to 0. And then we're going to go past the original number and do it 1 full turn passing the first number. I also want to try that technique too. So we're gonna try the reverse one here. No, nothing. Okay, so let's do one last method here. Actually, let's go back to 0 here. So let's do 1, 2, 3. So we're going to dial the first number in. As I said, 1 full turn passing the first number. So I'm going to overturn it. So I'm going to do what the elections, they did with the court thing with the elections and overturn it. So we're actually going to go past this twice and go to that number. And then we're going to turn it to right to the third number. Then I'm going to turn this to 1/4. We're just going to keep turning it. And nothing. Alright, let's try it the reverse way and then we will end this stream. So 1, 2, I know I sound like a broken record, trust me. A lot of times in lockpicking, and that's the instant reward, it's really a lesson in like your own sanity. And honestly, you know what's honestly worse than being insane, trying multiple, basically proving insanity and trying to do multiple things and the same thing multiple times and expecting different results? I can tell you what's worse. When you start to slowly realize how much money you have actually spent on lockpicks and locks and stuff. That will truly drive you bonkers. Now I'm going to try the reverse way and see if the bolt extends. Nothing. Alright, so for some reason, I'm unable to set the combination on this even when it's flush. I have admitted defeat. I has given the ups. But I'm so glad that I bought this thing because I learned a lot about like construction and stuff. Once I'm able to set the combination from this, I'll probably do this off cam. And I actually find the solution. Not only will I sing it on the top of all the hills across the land, but I will also revisit this lock, and I will try the same technique as the crappy the combination locks on here, and we'll let you know of the result. So before we go, I want to at least give you a cathartic feeling of accomplishment here. So I'm going to do what anyone does when they admit defeat, and I'm going to show you, if I highlighted this correctly, how it's supposed to work. So let's try this. A master lock, combination lock, lock deadbolt. And I'm going to play, it's a very short video. It is only, well, it's a little short. I'm going to skip around a bit on it. But I will show you exactly how this thing is supposed to work. So let's bring on the browser. There we go. And I'm going to turn on the audio. And we're gonna watch this together.
The lockpicking lawyer, and what I have for you today is a really interesting master lock product. This is a residential deadbolt with an integrated combination lock. This, of course, is not a new idea. However, Master Lock's implementation of it is unfortunately deeply flawed. I'm engaged. There's more than a couple 50,000th pry bar.
Top of the keyway tension here, and I honestly, the bidding on his looks a lot more extreme than the one that we had. So this is loose, definitely down to skill and probably might be a lack of tools because I don't know.
In 25,000.
That looks like a shallow hook.
And a standard hook in 25,000.
Or a shallow hook, but
one is loose.
I actually want to get a longer reach one and see.
I gotta click there.
If I can do better at it, and also I just need to get good.
4 is binding.
But I just want to show, because you can see I'm holding it in his hand.
5
It doesn't even have the back part
there.
here.
Back
doesn't
to
even
the
have this
beginning.
back
Number
part.
1 is binding.
And you can just pick the pin tumbler on it.
and we
See?
got the lock open. So as you can see,
So
not
there's that,
terribly
and then I just wanna
difficult.
show
I felt one security pin, if you even want to call
There's
it
one
that.
security pin.
And that was
That's good to
probably
know.
a bump
But
stop pin.
here's I want to show the bypass that he
So
figured
let me
out.
take this apart and I will show you how this mechanism works. Okay, the first thing of note that we want to take a look at is this last wheel, and you can see the back of it. It's silver in color. And attached to that wheel is this little piece right here. And what that does is impart the motion of that fourth wheel directly to the tailpiece. And that's what we take advantage of in our bypass. We reach between the dial and the bezel and actually pick up this roll pin right here, which is the combination lock fence. And when we turn that roll pin around, you can see it directly moves this tailpiece. And when it's set in the other position, I go in from the other side and move this fence. There we go. As you can see, not terribly difficult to do. Okay, let's continue with our disassembly. Take a few more pieces off of here. Big no-no, because if the fence is touching the wheel pack, that means you can hear where the gates are. And I think Master Lock has done something to mitigate that issue, though I suspect someone more skilled at manipulation than me could probably take advantage of it. Okay, next we have most other locks that won't have that. Take this top piece off. Okay, let me take each of these wheels and lock it by turning counterclockwise. You insert the shim right around the 4 o'clock position. And I'm actually going to use 2 of these little shims right here, just for a little bit of added strength. Right now this lock is set up, so we have to turn it from this direction. And there we go. I think I've got these in place. And it's actually a little bit tricky to turn these, frankly, because these little shims are pretty sharp. So what I'm going to do is use this little set of tongs, grab onto the shims, and use them to help me get a little bit of leverage. As I turn it, I'm going to turn this upside down so you can see what's going on. I want you to watch this tailpiece as I turn this, or as I move these shims. As you can see, we just turned that tailpiece 90 degrees and that opened the deadbolt. So, an absolutely inexcusable vulnerability in my opinion. So, let me take this apart and I will show you how this mechanism works.
So as you can see there, thanks to the genius of lockpicking lawyer, not only, as I said, you can actually pick these things open, I'm just tired and still learning, but that how the bypass worked. And I guess I'm going to go back later on and try to use 2 of those shim cores, because I think that might have been it, because I felt it latching, but I guess it wasn't enough strength to actually move that disc. So I'm going to try, because I'll probably order more of those little core shims, and I'll try 2 of them with the multi-tool that Jack has, or I'll probably finally get a new multi-tool and use the pliers to properly turn that for the bypass. Well, anyhow, that's, after way longer than I thought we'd be streaming for, that's it for Master of Unlocking today. I hope all the people who came in had a lot of fun and not only learned a bunch of things about how to install locks and really crappy wooden doors that were carpentried entirely wrong, and also not to trust presets of companies, and how I should have learned, because I bought IKEA furniture, but that the instruction booklets always only tell two-thirds of how to set it up, and then they just give up. And we tried picking it and stuff, but again, what I like is by doing this live with no cuts or anything, and doing this without me trying to experience this first, you get to see my successes and fails, and you get to see me, whether I succeed or fail, learn from what I do. So kind of rotating here, but thank you for Ducey Del Mon for donating $20. That put us, we are literally $50 away from halfway to goal now, so thank you. The top donation is still by Syntax, who donated at our our meeting stream last Friday, and I'm very thankful for that. If you want me to shout out you on there, as again, I put that link to the Rain charity donation on Tiltify. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and click on that widget and donate. And note, we don't have to be on live stream in order for you to donate, but if you do donate while I'm on live stream, we get notifications for it. That little bar moves, we cheer you on. We also might do something special for you when you do that, or we reach our donation goals. And again, even if we don't meet our $400 goal by the end of this, all the money that's been donated so far and will be donated in the future will go to the RAIN charity, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network, to help combat sexual abuse and to help people avoid, identify, cope, and heal from the terribleness that is sexual abuse. I know it's a heavy topic, but it's November. It's also 2020. We've been dealing with heavy topics this entire time, between when we did Trevor Project for LGBT mental health and Fred Hutch for COVID-19, and we're still going to be doing more charity streams. So anyway, that was Master of Unlocking. Again, if you like what you saw, you can hit that bell, like, share, subscribe, and follow us on Twitch, DLive, and YouTube. We're also testing out Facebook right now. If you do those during the live streams, I see the notifications doesn't cheer you out. And I also noticed the logs of people who follow us. So sometimes when we appear on the stream, we will announce that. I can tell you right now that there should be a Hack Alt N Commander episode. That's where N Commander, one of our members, does crazy things usually with retro software, and we get to watch him suffer. So the same way you saw me F around with a door for like 5,000 years, you get to see him do that on like Novella NetWare and other outdated pieces of machinery that's shockingly not my own body and equipment on live on our streams. And that should be this Wednesday starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There will not be an Archvile Linux perspective as far as I know, because that is the day of Thanksgiving, and we're going to be way too full of food and wasted and other statuses in order to care. I will say, however, that we are in the works right now, and I hopefully will finalize it tomorrow, of trying to do a Thanksgiving episode on this Thursday. It should be really, really awesome. And we should have a bunch of cool activities for that, including basically a Archvile Linux perspective, but not an Archvile Linux perspective. You'll get what we mean when we announce the details of it. Might do a stream on Friday for Buy Nothing Day, aka Black Friday, the worst of the Fridays. Honestly, Friday the 13th is those are usually my lucky days, but they're a godsend compared to Black Friday, which should really die in a pit. And this Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be hopefully clean shaven. I should be clean shaven by then, with combed hair and less gray hair from trying to fuck around with the door. And that'll be my other show called Crypto Barons, which will start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's the show where I talk about blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies, but as technologies instead of the snake oil salesman that the rest of the cryptocurrency field keep trying to pass off as. I'm really excited because it's vaguely Thanksgiving themed as a post-Thanksgiving episode, I guess, where we are going to talk about Mazda coin, which is a coin that was created by a Native American for Native American use. And he has a lot of really cool, highly advanced technical stuff there. And I'm also going to use it as an excuse because he was the first, if I remember correctly, to jump on this new bandwagon where people update cryptocurrency stuff via IPFS, which is a newfangled way. It's not necessarily a dark web, but it's a new innovative way to peer-to-peer transfer files on the internet. It's a more secure way as well. And basically we're going to learn how IPFS works by using Mazda coin. I will say that now our Master of Unlocking episodes will be every first and third Wednesday first and third Sunday instead of every other Sunday. That's where we're getting schedule conflicts. So The next 2 episodes will be December 6th, which will be 2 days after the New York City 2600 online meeting, as well as our last episode for this year for Master of Unlocking, which will be December 20th. I have ideas for both of them, but I can pretty much tell you what's going to happen on the 6th. I'll give you a hint. This is one of the things I got in the mail. This is the Abus 7240. It's a variant. It's not because the classic 7240 has a shorter shackle. This one came with a longer shackle, but it's the same insides. Very super tiny keyway. Decent, flattish, but decent bitting. Very, very smooth. Not barbell. Not marble either. I can't think. Ball bearing shackles. Ball bearing mechanism for the shackle. Which makes it nearly impossible to shim. And that's what we're going to be talking about. We're not going to be focusing on these keys. We're going to use this to talk about the many different ways to bypass padlocks, door locks, and doors themselves. So I can't wait to see you on December 6th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for that episode, because the stuff for that in the mail will be coming next week. And again, if you like what you see, you can hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, Live, or YouTube, and follow us on Facebook. If you're interested of who we are, you can find us at which I'm typing the DC201 website at DEFCON201.org. And again, we have the link in the chat for the RAIN, the Rape, Abuse, and Incest National Network charity run that we're doing. We're $50 away from halfway through our goal. Again, thank you, our top donor, Syntax, and thank you for the $20 for this stream, DC Delbota, for the $20 to get us to that point. And so even when we're not streaming, you could donate, but when we are streaming, we get notifications for them. So I will see... might see cameos of me for Hack Alt and Commander. I will hopefully see you for the Thanksgiving episode. Regardless, I hope you have a good, less argumentative Thanksgiving, whether you're arguing with technology, whether you're arguing with outdated technology or arguing with your outdated relatives. I hope you have a smooth, happy Thanksgiving with a lot of food, football, booze, sleep, and privacy. And not too many commuting problems. And again, limit the amount of people to under 10 if you're doing Thanksgiving. If you can, stay home, get White Castle turkey burgers or whatever and eat those, because we're trying to be safe during COVID and do proper social distancing. So I also hope that you're safe from that if you choose to have a gathering and play it safe and not be super spreaders like our current administration. But that was it for Master of Unlocking. Thank you for your time. Thank you for watching this. Again, if you like what you see, you can hit like, share, subscribe on Twitch, Live, or YouTube. That will be it for now. Hope to see you on the 6th. Hope to see you this Thanksgiving and our future episodes, as well as our next meeting on December 18th. Dirty Jersey represent, hack the planet, and remember, do not pick locks that you don't own, and don't pick locks that you rely on, okay? You're not going to blame me if you get in trouble for this stuff. So anyhow, be safe, keep hacking, keep picking. I will see you soon, and I will sleep the F out of that bed behind me. Peace.